Bring it up. Bring it up. Welcome back. This is the MMocracy. Got my internet sorted out. And now I'm live. I won't recount the frustrating experience I had with Cox customer service, but here we are. And I am sitting at level 17. I got one level off stream because I couldn't stream earlier. Producer, bring the music down just a little bit. There we go. That's much better. Thanks. Good. Yep. What's that? No. No, we're good. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm going to get back to the broadcast. Anyway, sorry, my producer was talking to me. So, yeah, really excited to stream again tonight. Solo Self-Found Challenge is moving right along. Level 17. Out here in the field of bone. I'm going to do one more level here. Why not? Why not? I found a really good fear kiting spot here off to the side of Kern's Tower, so I will just continue to use this to get experience because it's good and it's steady. The money is not good. I don't know if there is a spot where money is good though. So we'll just continue to plug away at 17. I feel like 16 to 17 went faster than 15 to 16. Thanks mainly to the new pet, which we're going to keep an eye on this pet and see if he's not hitting for 20 for his max hit, then we're going to have to pull a new one. But overall, can't complain about the new level 16 pet other than the fact that it cost 8 platinum to get. And then Feign Death was like 12, so I burned through 20 platinum just like that. And 23 platinum was all I had, so I'm sitting on a whole stack of like 2 platinum right now. But yeah. Making it happen here. Solo self-found things go a little bit slower. Let me go ahead and check on a few things here. So I always like to have the wiki up for when I flip over to the wiki and take a look at different things. And then obviously just keeping an eye on my internet here because it was not working right earlier. The upload speed was basically half of what it should be. And I explained that to their customer service. And they tried to sell me better internet. And I was like, how about you just make the internet that I'm paying for work as you advertise it to? So, anyway. I don't want to bring that negativity in here. So I spent the afternoon playing Lord of the Rings online. And then afterwards, my girlfriend and I carved pumpkins. I'll throw a picture up on my Discord. I did a bat with fire behind it. It's pretty cool. And then she just kind of carved like a regular jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, you can see I've already seen the bar move once. This spot is good. This is a good spot to hit 18. And I'm pleased with that. Got some homework done this morning too for my master's degree. Almost done with that. Only good things happening here. Got the new green screen behind me. Fading out that background, making it look nice and crisp and clear. New webcam, HD. Not 4K, but HD. Beats the heck out of the, standard laptop webcam that's all grainy, so good stuff, good stuff. Then I'm just going to keep pressing on with this solo self-found challenge as far as I can go. Luckily, as a Necro, soloing is my business. Also, I'm going to be publishing a YouTube short. And that YouTube short, as soon as I get my logo, it's set to deliver tomorrow. So my artwork is set to deliver tomorrow. And then once I get that artwork, which will have a new logo, slap that on there, publish that new YouTube short that I spent 4 hours editing. And probably should have spent some time video editing today. But right now I think maybe one short a week. Maybe two. As I build that skill up and get better at that. And naturally, as this is the MMocracy, the first short is going to be centered around classic EverQuest, specifically beginner-friendly classes. That's the idea. So, because I've had a number of people pop in stream, and they don't really know what class to play on classic EverQuest. That's a very important choice. It's not like, World of Warcraft where you can kind of get away with anything and you just kind of grow into your own and figure it out as you go. Like if you were to start with like say a warrior on this game, you're going to have a vastly different experience than somebody who starts as like say a necro or a magician. So the idea is put out a little public service announcement to let people who are interested in playing the game a quick 67-second kind of summary on what to expect from some different beginner-friendly classes. Try to get folks out on the right foot if they do start playing this old game in the modern present day. And I could probably push out a few others about things that I've learned. For example, setting the CPU affinity. That's a big one. I just learned that the other day. I couldn't figure out why my frame rate was just absolutely garbage. And then finally, Reddit comments, Googling, all that figured out. There's all kinds of different things to do, but one of them is setting your CPU affinity, which is not really a very obvious thing to do. You have to go in through the task manager, and open up your actual program in Task Manager and tell it to do the affinity. So. And if you don't know what I'm talking about and you're having frame rate issues on EverQuest, just keep an eye on my YouTube channel and there will be a short on there for that. Should probably go ahead and make a note of that so I deliver on my promises here. Because there's a handful of things that I want to do. So CPU affinity. I was going to do, yep. So yeah, I have several ideas already for YouTube short videos, so now it's really just up to me to get after it and make it happen. And I will say, like, it is time consuming. It's not easy. Video editing, I'm not gonna say that it's hard. I figured it out. I mean, obviously there's a lot more to learn. And there's professional, video editors who could probably do everything I did in 4 hours in a matter of 4 minutes, but definitely not interested in paying anybody to edit and produce my videos, so that's something I need to do myself as I continue to grow the channel, continue to grow the stream, build a better followership, bigger followership. But community is my focus here. I'm not trying to build a massive following. You're not going to do that on EQ. Like, I recognize that. This is just my hobby and my place to go to relax. So got some 90s music playing tonight. I decided to switch it up, do something a little different. So I went with some 90s, your standard alternative stuff. This is like max nostalgia for me, playing EQ and then Beck and Green Day, Filter. I was playing Filter earlier. Dave Navarro, lots of good stuff. So yeah, not big stream, good stream planned tonight. Go for a couple hours, get some good music going. Maybe get to 18. Hopefully not drink too much caffeine. Consume a little bit of nicotine. Stop rhyming at some point. Those are my plans. Looks like I've already got the rhyming one done, so we're good there. About to hit 20%. And if you caught any of the previous streams, you can see just how much faster this area is compared to like the spot I was doing between level 15 and 16. Probably need to bring the mic down just a bit. There we go. I do have a propensity to yell occasionally. And I have a whole host of stream upgrades I'm planning. I'm going to get some lighting, so lights here, up here in front of me, get some good face lighting. Elgato Stream Deck so I can tap, 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 make my sound effects go, you know, all that stuff that I have hotkeyed right now that I have to remember. I can just tap. And then the last thing is get a boom mic, so I'll have a boomer coming in. And I'll still have the headphones on, but I'll at least have this out of my face so I'm not speaking into this thing. My girlfriend has a Yeti mic she'd let me use, but just gonna keep using this that way I don't have to move it back and forth when she wants to stream. And I'd rather have the boom anyway, so a few $100 more worth of purchases that I need to make, and then I'll be pretty much squared away. Ooh, got me a dead bone barley. Nice. Pretty much squared away, and then can kind of focus on either some other financial things. I'm definitely saving. I'm saving for a mountaineering school that I want to go to. It's probably going to cost about $4,000 or $5,000, so putting money aside for that. That's going to be next spring, and then I want to build a new PC as well, like an actual true streaming rig. Because right now my setup is not the best. And I have a desktop. I'm streaming from a laptop. I have a desktop that's pretty old. Now the video card in it is decent. Video card's new. But the CPU is like ancient. It is a Methuselah of CPUs if you consider like computer years and computer lifespan. Skyless, I'll be in stream later. I have guests over. No worries, man. No worries. I'll be here. As long as my internet holds, I'll be here. This dang internet. Can't believe they tried to convince me it was like, oh, you just need to upgrade. I'm like, nah, dog. I have been doing this. Like, it's not an upgrade thing. You mean to tell me that just now, even though I'm doing the same thing I've been doing for the last month, now I need to upgrade? Not having it, so. Then they scheduled me for somebody to come out, and I was like, all right, they can come out. I'm pretty sure you have an issue with your network. And then an hour later I tested it again and it was back, and I'm like, yeah, like, but the technical support was like, no, the network's fine. I'm like, you probably don't even like they were like following a script. I'm like, you're not actually technical support. Like they didn't even understand what upload speed was. Because I told them, I'm like, the upload speed is what's wrong. The download speed is fine. And they were like, it says here you're getting 100 megabytes per second. And I'm like, yeah, that's the download speed. Like, you guys need to look at the upload speed. It's half of what it should be. Anyway, I can rant and rave about Cox Communications all day. As long as that light in the lower right hand corner of my screen stays green, I'm good. And I'll focus on playing my game. Stop being an angry old man here. Ooh, this is the Breeders' Cannonball. I haven't heard this. A lot of people say this is a 90s classic, and I've never actually listened to it. I had to have heard it somewhere. Being a child of the 90s myself. About a month ago, I did a Steve Harwell Smash Mouth tribute stream for when he passed away. The best thing about this spot is I don't have to go very far at all to get enemies. I think that's why it's so much faster. Did I just dot myself? Oh my gosh. I hit tab. He wasn't. The tab is like not working. I can't even click on him. What's going on? Bring him down here. There we go. Alright, is Zonartic hitting for 20? That's something I need to ascertain now. Does not appear to be so. Although honestly, at this spot, it doesn't really seem like I need it. This is another good classic too, Blind Melon. I heated my own blood. That was really weird. I couldn't target him. I was hitting tab. It didn't work. That sunrise over the field of bone is just beautiful. Let's see if we can capture that. One day I'll get around to posting these screenshots in the Discord. I've got a handful of them now. But this is, you know, for a 23, 24-year-old game, looks real good, man. The World of Norath. One thing that I'm learning as I go through this is just how much lore there actually is in this game. I hadn't really paid attention to it. When I used to play this game as a youngster, I didn't ask like, well, what's actually going on here? I didn't care. I just was like, I need to get levels. I need to get powerful. Now that I'm a little bit older, I've come to appreciate like world building and lore. I think getting sober had something to do with that too, because even when I was older and still drinking, I was just like, yeah, just playing the game, just playing the game, not really worried about what was going on. Now my eyes are open, a little bit more aware. I actually really enjoy the lore. It's not bad. Alright. We're gonna resummon poor old Xenartic here. And I think at some point I'm gonna have to go farm some more bone chips because I'm starting to go through them quite a bit. Luckily, there's plenty of bone chips to farm around here. One thing that I thought about earlier as I was sweeping the floors, figured I'd bring it up on stream, is how come all the skeletons look like Ixars and I get their bone chips, but when I summon my own pet, it's a human skeleton. Why do you suppose that is? Hmm. This is the Gin Blossoms. This song reminds me of being like, shoot, 8 years old. My dad worked at a computer store, and I would like go to work with him over the summer because childcare was expensive and we were broke. And it was really cool because I was basically raised around computers. Other people's dads taught them how to work on cars. My dad taught me how to build computers. Really helped me out later on. Definitely took that knowledge and put it to use when I started working on aircraft. Aircraft are essentially flying computers. Yeah, we would ride around and Gin Blossoms was like always on the radio. Crazy thing about this band is this album here was a platinum album, and the guy who wrote all these songs got kicked out of the band like the week before it went platinum. So he wrote all these songs, they recorded them, they kicked him out, and now he's hearing all his songs on the radio, and he's not making any money off of them. I think he got like hosed out of the contract somehow. And I mean, I can understand that. You're like a young guy writing music, you're playing in bands and bars and shit. You don't know, like, hey, maybe I need a lawyer. Maybe I need a contract that, maybe I need a lawyer to look at this contract. You're just thinking, like, oh, this is amazing. Like, now don't get me wrong, the guy had issues. I think he actually, one of the songs on the album, he talks about it, like, uh, drinking too much, doing cocaine, all that. We should listen to that one next. That's a good song. It's called Hold Me Down, where he's basically saying like when the party starts, things start getting a little out of hand, hold me down because he can't control himself. And then yeah, he got kicked out of the band, and the band went platinum, and he did not. And then he unfortunately he took his own life. It's crazy to think, man. All these guys like that played in all these '90s bands are like pushing 60 now. Like Stephen Jenkins from Third Eye Blind. Let's see how old he's. He's 59 years old. Dude, I'm getting old. 59. Whatever. I'm enjoying my life. I'm loving it. I finally got some stuff figured out. Caught a YouTube stream earlier. It was a YouTuber that I watched called Magular. He was playing Oblivion unmodded too, which I thought was like weird. Who plays Oblivion unmodded in 2023? Personally, Oblivion's not my favorite. In the Elder Scrolls series, I'd say my number one is Morrowind, and then my number two is probably a tie between Daggerfall and Skyrim. And Oblivion's like, I don't know, down there with Arena. Like it just doesn't. I guess I would do Oblivion over Arena, but dang. Whoa. Alright, here's that song. Gin Blossoms are interesting. They're from Tempe, Arizona. They're from right up the road from me. It's an interesting band. Hmm. Yeah, Doug Hopkins was this guy's name. He was 32 when he passed away. Struggled with mental health issues and alcoholism. As Gin Blossoms experienced mounting success performing songs he had written, Hopkins became increasingly despondent. Although he had always dreamed of having a gold record, when he received one for the song Jealousy, he hung it up for 2 weeks before taking it down and then destroying it. Yeah, so he just kind of disintegrated, man. Addiction will do that. It's crazy. These guys are like 90s rock like icons. So sad. Take care of this scale bone here. Hopefully it drops some bone chips. My bone chip stack is low. I need them chips. Yeah, Dr. Feelgood comes around. Says, hold me down. Huh. I guess they found some of this guy's music after he passed away. It might be interesting to give that a listen to sometime too. This is some homegrown Arizona music here. Tempe. I don't know if I've been to Tempe. I've been to Mesa. Tempe's, I think, the college. I think that's where ASU is. Let's see. Looking good, stream. Looking good. Glad to see that internet's finally holding up the way it should be. It's really disappointing to me when I go to like stream and something outside of my control is causing issues because here on the MMocracy we value a high quality presentation. So when I can't provide that, it's a little frustrating for me. We'll summon a new pet. Try to get us one that can hit for 20. Gasarab. Yeah, I think these guys were like a college rock band when they started, so the 90s, like 90s alternative, man, I love it. I love that it like took over the airwaves. I mean that was a good era because like alternative was essentially pop music. And then as you got into the 2000s, it turned into more like hip hop and what new metal like Limp Bizkit and it just I don't know. I feel like pop music just kind of left me behind. I didn't stay with it. I kind of moved in a different direction in the 2000s. I started listening to a lot of more like indie or not alternative, but emo, not poppy, not like My Chemical Romance, not that stuff. Kind of more raw emo. I used to really like this Sirius XM punk station. I forget the name of it now. Good memories driving to and from my college listening to Sirius punk rock. I kind of had a really weird music taste as a youngster. Here lately, I've been getting into it's called melodic hardcore. It's like hardcore punk with a little bit extra melody. It's pretty good stuff. And Skyless has been getting me going down the metal, going down the metal track. I like older metal. I used to listen to Metallica as a kid. It's so weird to me. Like when I was young, my dad wouldn't let me play the video game Diablo because he thought it was like a bad influence. But he'd let me listen to like Ozzy Osbourne. Like I'd be rocking Ozzy, but man, he bring a Diablo disc in his house, man. He was pissed. He found my Diablo disc and threw it. He's like, I told you not to bring this here. Daddy, no. That was like crack to me too. Diablo 2 when it came out, I was like, I gotta play it. I was like hiding it from my dad. I'd like play it during the day, and then he'd come home from work, and I'd like stash it, hide it in my dresser. Like, I guess I gotta play something else. And then sometimes I'd be like, no, I'm not playing something else. I'm just gonna risk it. Then he like had to come upstairs and do something on the computer one time, and he found it because it was in the tray. Joke's on him. I played Diablo 2 for like 400 hours this year. I think he's over it now. I was kind of back in the days where people thought like Dungeons and Dragons was making people worship the devil. The satanic panic. This is probably my what I think if I had to pick one song that could like be the 90s anthem, this is like to me this is it. If you had to like take the 90s, if you maybe mid to late 90s, say like what is the national anthem of the mid 90s? It's this. I got way into these guys in high school too. I had their CDs. Fun fact about this song is it sounds like this teeny bopper pop song, and the whole thing is about methamphetamine. Yes. Go take a look at the lyrics. It is not as innocent as it sounds. These guys are singing about crystal meth. He literally says crystal meth in the song. We were roller skating to this. We were rolling around on rollerblades. I used to love rollerblading too. 90s were, man, the 90s were a time. If there's any younger people in here, and I'm starting to get a little too nostalgic, just, I wouldn't say, I was about to say just leave. I don't want you to leave. No, it's good. It's good. I love it. I think the day old coffee that I just heated up in the microwave, half day old coffee I just heated up, is kicking in. It's only 5:50. It feels so late. It like looks like it's dark. I need to find a way to make my green screen like do some cool stuff. I want to make it look like I'm flying through space or I got a rock band playing behind me. 3 more levels and I get a new Lich spell that'll help my mana regen out. 3 levels to save as much platinum as I can and hopefully be able to buy like 2 spells. It's rough. It's tough out here in this economy, this solo self-found economy. Eventually I'll make my way out to Warslicks and I think the money situation is going to improve. I'm just going to have to tough it out. It's a green. I don't want you. No greens here. Ah. Got line of sighted. I decided to send it. I figured he'd come up over that hill before the cast went off. Nope. Part of the reason why I'm burning through so much mana is the more damage that I do, as long as I out damage my pet, then I'll get full experience. So that's what I'm doing. Just involves me burning an entire mana bar on each enemy. But at least they can see the bar move when I kill it. About 30%. Good stuff. Level 18, I could head out to Lake of Ill Omen. I do need to get off these mobs. They're not dropping, like, words. They're not dropping runes. They're not dropping, like, some of those things that you make money, that you use to, like, vendor and actually get your spell money. I need to get to some, like, 16, 17 level mobs. These are all probably 14s, 13, 14, 15s. So they're at, like, the upper edge where they don't drop the good vendor loot. That's what I need. I need to be rolling back into cab with a full bag of runes and words. Tassarin's Grimoire. Start vendoring all that stuff. Make that money. Make that money. Let's see, is Gasarab hit for 20? That's good. I got these Deadbone Barleys here. I'm going to go try to brew some Legion Lager, and I can finish up that Restraining Order quest. Tell all the guards and Cabalists they can't get drunk at the bar no more. Make them all hate me so that whenever I do run enemies to cab, although I think I'm over that. I think I'm past the point where I need to run enemies to cab. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh yeah, I bumped some Hunger Strike. It's a Temple of the Dog. That was a collaboration between Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, and some other band. That was another one. I used to put that on when I was like waiting for EQ to load in. That's like max nostalgia there. If you want to take that nostalgia meter and crank it all the way up for me, it's kind of between that and the actual EverQuest like theme song. The OG one, not the like remastered one that came out I think in POP. It's so weird in POP they updated some of the songs but not all of the songs. So you had like the good intro theme and some other songs that sounded really high def. And then you go to vendor something and you get that old school like merchant like song and it was like these two things sound very different. Let's go, Mr. Best Friend. Ooh, nothing out here. Oh, there we go. Spoke too soon. What a sweet spot. That's part of the reason why I'm doing this challenge too, is like I'm learning so much about Kunark. I'm learning all these good little spots to go to level. I was really struggling at one point. I mean, I was trying to fear kite up there next to Kerns, and like I'm getting extra mobs on me. I think Gasserab's a lobby. I don't know if I want to commit the mana and the bone chips to summoning a new one. He's fine. He's fine. We're already like coming up on 40%. Keep you around, Gasserab. I can give him a weapon. Stand up so I can trade you, Gasserab. Ooh, now there's a bunch of stuff down there. So these water reeds, you can actually extract the water from them if you get a certain item, but that item costs like 1 platinum. Like, dude, like 6 stacks of water cost the same as that. It's a cool idea. I get what they were trying to do. Like, oh, you're out here in Kunark. There's not a lot of vendors, not a lot of civilization, so you need some survival gear. But it's like great idea, but poorly executed, unfortunately. It'd be cool to take the OG EverQuest and mod it, make it like in the spirit of Classic with a little bit more survival mechanics. I don't know. I'd have to really sit down and put pen to paper and think about what you would want that to look like. Obviously, difficulties. Ooh, there's a white skeleton. Lesser Charbone. Just trying to get full mana before I pull him. I don't want him to social those other skeletons. We're going for it. Can't see him. Alright. If he comes back, we'll grab him. Not gonna chase him. I'm just glad it's daytime. I think 24 or 29 I get Ultra Vision. The Ultra Vision spell, that's like a must-have. That'll help out a lot. Because it's painful at night. It's even worse if you're a human. I hopped on a human the other day and it was like, holy smokes. I couldn't see a thing. I didn't think they had made those changes to blue. I thought they had only made them to green, but apparently they're nerfing blue. These poor bluebies. I have one viewer, he's in the UK, so he's probably not up right now, that is like a blue player. He's got a level 59 druid. I don't know what race. He was out soloing his way to 60 last time I talked to him. So I'm wondering how that's going. Might shoot him a message on Twitch. I hopped on my 42 blue druid the other day to make some footage, yesterday to make some footage for my YouTube videos. So I have like a good assortment of classes, so I have some good characters to record footage on. I'll probably use that druid to record the footage for my Kunark lore video. Like I can use Mr. Best Friend to record like Cabalus and Kerns, but he's like Mr. Best Friend's not high enough to go to Howling Stones. Plus the druid gets around a lot faster. That druid's gonna pay off for video footage recording. I didn't even think about that. That's gonna be nice. Cause he can just teleport all over. I'm really glad I have him. I made that druid in like 2013. Never hit max level. He's only 42. That was my highest level character until I got my enchanter up. And currently I think my enchanter is 48, and that is officially the highest level of character I've ever gotten on this era of EverQuest. And when I came back to streaming, it was kind of a toss-up between do I keep streaming the enchanter or do I do something new? And I decided I'm going to do something new. That's how I landed on this. And I have two characters currently that are solo self-found. One is a magician, one is a necromancer. Yes, I know. I'm going for the very hardest solo self-found characters. Not. I have limits. I'm not good like the level 60 solo self-found warrior who was like bow kiting with his warrior. That's just crazy. I pulled up his Google Doc and looked at kind of his, because he documented everything on his Google Doc. I was like, man, hats off to you. That's a lot. It's a lot of grind and a lot of pain. Yeah, I don't know what kind of crack they were smoking with this internet, because so they were going to send a technician out, and I guarantee you the technician would have been like, this is your computer causing this issue, and they would have tried to charge me, even though obviously 2 hours later it resolved itself. But their technical support is just like these aren't actual technical people. Like they're like I can tell they're basically customer support people who are given a script to say, okay, try restarting your computer, try resetting your modem. It used to be you would call technical support and they'd be like, yeah, we're gonna run a health check on your modem, or oh no, there's your modem's routing traffic through a different node, so there must be a node out somewhere. Like they actually knew what they were doing. And the one I talked to today didn't know the difference between upload and download and was trying to sell me like different internet because of it. It's like I find this like really insulting that you're basically giving me a sales pitch instead of fixing the issue that I have. And that is life in 2023, man. Corporate profits drive everything. I hate to be that old guy that does it, but like everything, I swear everything gets worse with time. Some things don't, but I feel like what you can expect for what you spend your money on just gets worse and worse. Fast food? I used to love fast food. Like it was never like the best, but you could go. Ooh, I got words and a Jasper. But you could at least go get some fast food, and it wasn't awful. I got a chicken sandwich from Burger King the other day, and I bit into it, and was like rubber. Like I bit down and you couldn't get the chicken off of it, and I like gnawed around it, and I was like, dude, this is not edible. And it was like $15 for the sandwich and the fries and the drink. And I just got done running like 6 miles. Like I just wanted to eat some crappy food. And I remember when I was younger that the crispy chicken sandwich from Burger King was really good. It was like a actual white meat chicken sandwich. I was super mad. I like threw it in the trash. I like spiked it in the trash. I was like, "Whoa, bam!" I wonder what these words of the element are for. Words of the element. Drops from level 16 mobs. Sells to 7 gold. Sells for 7 gold. 7, or excuse me, summon Heatstone. There's a Magician 16 spell that gives you night vision. That's cool. That's going straight to the vendor for me. 7 gold, I'll take it. This is worth a plat. That's 7 gold, so I got about 2 plat here. These are worth 4 gold, so I got more than that. 3 levels to go till spell level, so I do have time to get some money. But I think at 20 there's going to be... Let me look here. 20, there's probably going to be more than just like 2 spells that I need. So, yep, the Lich, that's like required. The Pet, that's required. The Undead Charm is very tempting. The Undead DD is also tempting. Harm Shield is tempting. So there's like Identify I can live without. Shadow Compact I can live without. Shadow Vortex I can live without. Oh, a new Life Tap. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spells that I potentially want to get. That's a lot of spells. And at what, 8 to 10, 12 plat a piece? We're talking 60, 70 plat. Probably not going to happen. At least right away. Here's a large heart sting. We're going to grab him. I thought he was a white. He's just a blue. Oh man, this is 19.99 for me right here. I bought this CD on a road trip to Yellowstone National Park and like listened to it nonstop all the way there and back. And then the rest of that summer. All Green Day. I wonder whatever happened to these guys. Like, they kind of fizzled out. I don't hear anything about them anymore. I listened to the new Blink 182, at least one song from the new Blink 182 album yesterday, and I did like it. I thought it was pretty good. Like, I didn't just turn it off right away and be like, oh, this is like cringe. It's terrible. Nothing. Those never have anything. I don't think I've ever gotten any good loot from them. What's the new album called for Blink 182? One More Time. Oh, dang. One of the guys from Blink 182 got cancer? Oh, shoot. There's a very racy picture on there. I don't want to show that. Gathering of the Juggalos. Not going to show that on stream. Dang, my girlfriend wants to go to that. I don't know about that. She likes that stuff, the ICP, the juggalos. I used to have a friend when I was in high school who was like super huge into that. 90s were a weird time. Jinko jeans, juggalos. Definitely a different time. So I'm about 40% to 18. This is good. That bar is moving pretty good out here. The med time is what's killing me. Every monster is like a full bar. I could give it a shot doing more like fear kiting and see if it's like a smoother, steadier, less medding, more fighting. I used to play this song on guitar back in my party days. Play this and sing to the girlies. I wonder what this guy's excavating. Very nice excavator. What are you digging? Wonder if he dug this sweet little spot that I'm fear kiting in. Actually, we'll pull him further back. Be feared, Heartsting. Look at all this free space for him to fear kite. Ooh, he resisted the fear. Luckily, these new pets, the level 16 pets, a lot more durable. That level 12 pet was like paper. These mobs would just shred him. Like, there was no letting him tank for a little bit. He'd be down and... Oh, goodness. Well, I guess maybe I spoke too soon. Look at that. Yeah, so the issue that I see with that is like, okay, I was able to med a little bit through the fight, but the fight lasts longer. My pet's lost health. So now I'm having to heal him anyway. I like getting these. Those are 4 gold. So yeah, I'm still doing a lot of medding. Little Barbie movie here. Yeah, it's still feels like it's still just a lot of downtime and just less experience. Shoot, I remember seeing this song on MTV. Matchbox 20 was huge back then. Yeah. I don't know about that. Oh my gosh, so trashy. This gathering of the Juggalos. It's like Sturgis for clowns. I used to live in Sturgis, and that was interesting. Very nice sapper. I think he's a named. Oh no, he's not. Either way, I'm not killing a. I'm not killing a single badger. It makes going to Kern's like impossible. Oh shoot. I'm in a bad spot. I hope I don't get two skeletons. So ordinarily I would turn around and drop a dot on this skeleton that's chasing me, but if I have two, I'm going to need that mana to fear. So we will not be doing that. So far I only see one. Okay, we're good. Kind of figured he would get that bash on me. So we're going to go for max damage here. Just glad I didn't get two. That would have made it kind of rough on me. Even now, I don't have the mana bar to deal with two mobs effectively. Like, it's going to come down to the wire, and then Gasserab's a lower level pet than he's less than optimized, so. Wonder how many people are in Kearns right now. Full. Kearns is always full. Good luck. As much as I want to level there. I guess it kind of depends if all these like 17s, oh, they're probably upstairs, like the 15s, because you can go upstairs and they start getting up to like greater scale bones. And then the ice bones are like all the way at the top. And I think charred bone or something like that. I don't know. It's a lot of hassle in there though too. You got a lot of mobs to deal with. I don't think necromancers get a lull. Oh wait, they do. Hold up. Lull was level 4? I'm gonna have to get that. That's gonna be cheap too. What was I? How did I miss that? They get an undead lull. I thought they did. Necro's like an enchanter if an enchanter can only fight undead. Like you get all this stuff the enchanters get. Just they're undead only. Charm undead, lull undead, nuke undead. Might lead to some interesting solo play later, where I go charm like a mighty undead pet, and then use it to take out high level enemies. I'm no stranger to charming. Yeah, apparently I get a lull at 4 and one at 24. That's it. You get 2 lulls. What do Necros get at level 60? Archlich. 20 mana, 20 health per tick. You can banish an undead, like literally just destroy an undead in one spell. Costs 750 mana. Demi-Lich. Lose 48 health, restore 31 mana. You get a charm, but it's only for 5 ticks. 720 point life tap, that's nice. And an 1100 point drain, which I assume that's the same as a life tap. I think when I hit 60, I'll just call it. It's a long time from now. It's getting dark out here now. Luckily, this spot's not as dangerous as some spots that I've been at night. Honestly, I'm just grateful that I found these fear kiting spots when I did, because I was starting to get kind of frustrated and burnt out with everywhere I was going trying to level. If you watch a few of my VODs from the last like 3-4 days, I'm just like running around looking for places to level. So I'm glad I got that sorted out. Oh no, I interrupted my own spell. I like that I still swing my weapon at him even though it's like really ineffective at this point. What the heck? Might as well. Just glad the bar is moving in the right direction. Tomorrow is already Sunday. These weekends go by too fast. Having a pretty good weekend though. Friday I got out of work a little early, did some video editing. Saturday spent time with my girlfriend. Played a little bit off stream. Actually got a whole level off stream. I went from 16 to 17 off stream. Then jumped on here and internet fixed itself, so I was able to get back on stream for Saturday night. Saturday night solo cell phone. It's an exercise in patience, that is for sure. Now tomorrow, if I get my artwork, hopefully I get it early, I can take the time to set OBS up, get my artwork looking good. transitions, emotes, all that. So that's just crazy to me. Like 2 years ago when I was streaming, I actually built a really good following there. And then unfortunately I got deployed overseas, so I had to stop, and then that's why I'm back to square one. But I was so hesitant to like get artwork, and if you look at old VODs on my Twitch stream, like old highlights, or if you look at old videos on my YouTube, you can see like my setup was not as like clean. No webcam, like uh overlay, just very basic. I think I was streaming in like 1280 or 1260 by 768, whatever the like lower resolution, lower frame rate, like the whole nine. Everything was like way worse. But for some reason, I had like a lot of people watching me, and I'm trying to figure out why that's. Now that I've cleaned this thing up, why it's been so slow to get started. But the good thing is, I do have some very dedicated viewers that I see quite often. So it'll just be more or less a matter of time, and it's also kind of a numbers game. You got to spend a lot of hours streaming. It's also a very different like streaming landscape in 2023 versus 2021. I think a lot more people were at home because of the pandemic, so there was more viewership. And 2023 seems like it's a lot more about like the YouTube shorts and the kind of alternate ways to reach your audience. But I can't help but listen to this wistful music and think about when some of these streams were like thumping. We had a lot of people, a lot of regular people. But when I look at it, the YouTube videos, they are getting views. They're not like a lot of views. It is reaching some people. I think the video editing and the shorts, that's gonna pay off. Fact of the matter is, it's old school EQ. There's not a lot of viewers out there to begin with. That's okay. That was Maisie Star. I remember that song. Oh man. This is like the middle school bus for me. But I think it's time to switch it up here. Let's try some deep house. A little bit more upbeat and thumping. For me, it's trying to find the right background music that I like listening to, that viewers also like listening to. Electronic music seems to kind of fill that because I like electronic music. I don't think my viewers want to listen to necessarily what I listen to. We used to do a lot of Daft Punk. A lot of my viewers back in the day like Daft Punk. I like Daft Punk. I listened to a lot of that when I was out in Italy, driving around in an Audi in Italy, bumping Daft Punk. Good times. I'm gonna burn my mana bar here, and I'm gonna take a bio break real quick. Give me those bone chips. All right. Be right back. Okay. I have returned. Time to get back to it. Almost halfway to 18. Sometimes I think I don't like it, but other times I just can't praise enough the pacing of this game. It really does feel rewarding. The slow, steady power creep. I don't like the spell level system, though. I will say that. I don't think that's a good system. I think you should get spells a little bit more often. Should be like every level you should be looking for spells. Like, sure, pets, that makes sense. You can get pet every 4 levels or whatever, but other things I think need to be more recurring. Gotta take some Tylenol. Shoulder's getting to me. It's a good beat. Just got to keep that bar moving up. Keep getting after it. Starting to come up on Warslick's giant fort level here soon. Just got to power through these last few levels. The arrow keys on my keyboard don't work. My kids they spilled water on it when I was like, I didn't even live there. I left my computer at the house. I moved out. I moved in with a roommate, but I didn't have space for my desktop, so I just left it set up in their house. I came back to my house and I needed to use the computer. I tried using the arrow keys and I was like, what the heck? And I looked at it and there's like water stains on it and there was a water cup sitting like right there next to the computer. And I was like, I asked my youngest daughter, I was like, did you spill water on my keyboard? I'm not mad. She was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like, you gotta be careful. But it was bad on me because I'm pretty sure it was my cup. Like I left the water cup there at some point. I think I was babysitting them and had a glass of water. So I mean, that was foolish on my part to leave a cup of water sitting in there where my daughter practices gymnastics. She's always like doing flips and tumbles and stuff. So she probably like hit it. I don't know what she was doing. She's crazy. She's a ball of energy. I need to loot the scorpion. There we go. I have 400, 300 copper, and I'm still not capped out on my weight. That's because I have no weapons. Looks like I just hit 50%. I'm looking over here at the wiki. The wiki says for giants, forest giant is level 20. Forest giant saplings are 17 to 19. I could theoretically go start fighting those now. There's not very many of those saplings. So I think 20 or 21 because the greenwoods, those are 19 to 23. The evergreens are 22 to 27. So I could probably head out there and fight greenwoods and saplings. If I remember right, that one level 20 forest giant, there's like a single spawn that's just called a forest giant. So it looks like 20, maybe 21 is the move there. So 3 more levels, 3.5 levels. Then I can start getting those what are they? Axe of the Iron Back, weighted axe. There's like a handful of items that they drop. They're actually like really, really expensive. Also looks like they drop about 3 gold a piece as well. And imagine if I was killing these and I was getting 3 gold each. That alone would help solve the money issues that I'm having. That'd be a platinum every 3 kill, or almost a platinum every 3 kills. We'll get there, it just takes time. I'm just glad to be back on. Whoops. I don't need that. Just glad to be back on Project 1999 doing this for the umpteenth time. There's something about this game that brings me back. Can't quite put my finger on what it is, but it's got something. Seems like I never go more than a year, maybe 2 years without doing a good run on EQ. One issue that I can foresee for the giant fort is this. There's 9 players all probably in that giant fort right now. So I'm going to be fighting. I'm going to be competing for those mobs. I'm sure if I was on blue, there'd probably not be anybody there. In retrospect, if I start another solo cell phone, I'm going to do it on blue. That is my commitment, because there's no real benefit for there being other players. Like if I could be leveling in Kerns right now on blue, where there's only probably 2-3 people in there. I don't know. Blue kind of surprised me. I went into blue yesterday and just out of to record that YouTube footage, and I did a slash who like 1 to 10, and there was a lot of leveling players. Like I was surprised at the amount of people playing lobies. And it wasn't all just like East Commons, mules. It was like people in Crushbone or Karana killing and getting experience. It makes me glad to see that. I mean, Project 1999 itself is coming up on 14 years old, which is pretty crazy to think. And it makes me glad to see that the project is still holding up. And there's still a good following. Because these MMOs, they need population to stay alive. Like, oh shoot. Phone was making noise. MMOs need population to stay alive, and if players start to quit, too many players start to quit, there's not going to be anybody to group with, and a majority of the player base, a vast majority, is not doing anything like this. And it has this sort of avalanche effect where the more people that quit, the less groups you can play with, which means more people quit because they're like, well, what's the point of logging in and playing if no one's grouping? I wonder what the raid situation's like on blue right now. Like, are guilds able to actually get... Because, like, there's probably less guilds raiding now than there used to be. So are guilds more or less able to get in there and complete their raid goals better than they used to? Because the raid drama on blue at one point was bad. Like, real bad. So I'd be curious to see what it's like. Skyless Raven, welcome back. Hopefully your guest situation worked out. Good to see you. Always a pleasure to have you. Update you. I'm sitting at level 17, about 50% through. Just chilling and fear kiting out here in the field of bone. This is Mega Man. This isn't even on a video game playlist. This is on like a house mix. It was my cousin thinking it's time to get back on the horse and search for a new woman. He is the one where he got took in the divorce. Ah, yeah. Well, good luck to him. That's a tough one. Takes time. You got to work through some things too, because if you carry all that into the next one, then it can be rough. Yeah, this is from Mega Man. Mega Man 2. Hard game. Goodness, those old Mega Man games were so hard. It's been 6 years. Yeah, that's the grocery store. That's the answer to that. That's the best place. Don't go to the bar. Don't go on Tinder. So when you're at the grocery store, just be like aloof and have fun. I guarantee you'll meet women there. Not you, but him. Oh, there's that rogue shaman. I used to meet women at the grocery store all the time. Just thinking of dating sites, so I thought Match. Yeah, I have no real good insight on that. It's very different than it used to be. Like I used to date on OkCupid way back, like before the swipe left, swipe right thing took over, and it was like way better. And now like it's, I don't know. There's like algorithms involved. It's just yeah. That's why I say grocery store. OkCupid gives you PTSD. I got a golden earring from this guy and it immediately equipped it, but I'm gonna take it off because I'm pretty sure it has no stats. Yeah, that needs to get vendored. If I forget about it, I'll have like it's. I mean, I doubt it's worth much. Hmm. This slaps. This is good. How's the audio sound? I'm always playing with it. I still haven't found like the right formula. So if the audio is messed up, let me know. Almost assaulted on a date from OkCupid. Wow. Audio is fine. Good. Good to hear. I know you'd let me know if something was messed up. Judge Thunder, glad my internet is working as well. Thank you for stopping by. Cox Communications is, they're just their customer service is just setting records, let me tell you. Yeah, good to see you both. Cox and Verizon. Yeah, that's like where I'm at. I can get DSL or I can have Cox, and it's like, ugh, you know. No thanks on the DSL. I need good speeds. The very best ISP I had was in Texas. It was a fiber, like they put like a fiber backbone right through my town. I got so lucky because the town before when I moved to this town in 2012, it only had DSL. That was the only option. And then about 6 months in, a like regular standard cable internet came in, Suddenlink, and they were like not terrible but not the best. And I started having problems with them. And then around that time, this fiber guy or fiber guy, Shokadies. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna stop telling this story and just say, "What's up to Shokadies? I've not seen you in a minute. Good to see you." And then Showfox Quan as well. Solar Cell Found is going good. And then you have a Shaman going. I kind of wish I had done Shaman on this instead of a Necro, but Necro's going good. Thanks for asking. So then they put a fiber backbone right through my town, and I mean, I had like insane speeds, and it was like $60 a month. It was like the best, cheapest internet I've ever had. And as soon as I got that, I was like, oh, my prayers have been answered. I have good internet. Like one time I accidentally deleted my entire Steam library I don't know how I did it. I was drunk. And so my whole Steam library is gone, and I've got like no games on my computer. And I started downloading, and I was like, dude, this is fast. It was like, granted, it was like 4 a.m. You know, I was up late, I was drunk, but it was going at like 1 gigabyte a second. Like the speed was completely uncapped. If there was nobody using the internet, all that bandwidth was yours. And the fiber line was literally right behind my house. Like I watched him dig it. It was like 30, 40 feet from my front door or back door. And I was paying all that for like $60 a month. And a woo woo woo. Yeah, thanks, man. Good to see some familiar faces in here tonight. Happy Saturday. Hopefully everybody's having a good weekend. I know I am. We carved some pumpkins earlier, me and my girlfriend. We made a little hot cocoa, a little pumpkin spice hot cocoa, watched some Charlie Brown carve pumpkins. It was good. And then she's got to get up at like 5 a.m., so she's in bed right now. I'm just trying not to be too loud. I don't think she's asleep though. She's in there like watching TikTok. That YouTube short I made, I'm gonna have to push that to TikTok too. She told me like use sounds, like sound effects and sound clips that are common on TikTok and it'll get you more views or whatever. And at first I was like, oh no, now I gotta start watching TikToks to like try to figure out what to put in there. And I was like, wait a minute. She watches TikTok for like 8 hours a day. I can just ask her, well, what do you put in there? Or what would you put in there? So I've got perfect market research right there, right next to me, living in my own house, which is good because I don't like TikTok. Some of the stuff I hear on there is like crazy. Show Fox Quan, it's kind of meh, would be a late night tabletop RPG night with some friends, but we recently ended the module we were doing because we realized it's a lot of the same stuff over and over. I really wish I had people to play tabletop with. I want to play BattleTech. I love BattleTech. Such a nerd for like the shooty stompy giant robots. What uh what game are you guys playing? Skylar says TikTok is quite addicting to watch, especially the jokes people put on there. I guess if I like took the time to thumbs up and I think do you subscribe or follow or whatever? If I followed the right people, maybe the algorithm would get me. We were playing Pathfinder First Edition, Giant Slayer. So I don't know a lot about Pathfinder. Is it kind of like I think I've heard it's like AD&D Third Edition or Second Edition? So it's like kind of old school. Because I actually know a decent amount about I think First and Second Edition because I played computer games. Modified 3.5. Yep, that's it. I'm old, so I know like I know how THAC0 works. Oh my gosh, I'm casting the wrong spells. Pathfinder Second Edition is closer to 5. Ah, I get it. Yeah, I would play probably the First Edition too then. I don't just watch it and see what pops up besides the Timu app. That is just gross. What is Timu, Skyless? I don't know what that is. I'm not hip like these kids. I can talk your ear off about Pool of Radiance though. I played that Show Fox, and that was like AD&D First Edition. I remember I sat down one day and I was like, I'm gonna beat Pool of Radiance. I've never played it. Without spoiling a module, we were 5 players and only one of us could actually do what the module tries to make us do. Miss playing Pool of Radiance? You could probably get it on Good Old Games. I had a specially procured copy, we'll just say that. It's a bot account promoting porn, and I swear I will catch a shoe one day. Oh, yeah. That's not good. Those bots. Yeah, I played through Pool of Radiance back in 2017, maybe 2018. I love that game. It's hard, though. It's a hard game. Those gold box games. I really like the SSI era of D&D video games, like all those old DOS games. When I went to Africa, I knew the internet was not going to be good because it's Africa. So I downloaded like 700 gigabytes worth of DOS games. Ended up playing all the way through MechWarrior 2, Wizardry, and then actually the internet wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So I was still able to play World of Warcraft. It's a bot and the girlfriend knows it, but some of those videos get really long. Huh. You have it on disc. Oh my gosh, you have the actual gold box like discs. Do you have the box? That is one thing that I really wish I had saved from my childhood was like I used to have a bunch of big box computer games. Box got lost in the move. Oh man, that's so sad. Yeah, I had so many like I wish I had them still. I had Final Fantasy VII like the very first print, and there was a misprint on the back. Like one of the letters was off. I had like old Diablo 2 boxes. I had StarCraft boxes. I love this channel on YouTube. It's called Lazy Game Reviews, LGR, and he's got a whole room with like shelves all around the room. And he's got all these big box computer games and he's got them organized by like genre. I'm so jealous. Obviously, I don't watch them. I just wanted to try a joke about some videos I've seen. Yeah, watch out with your girlfriend. She's gonna she's not gonna like that. Still got StarCraft and Brood War strategy books. Those strategy guides, the Prima games or Brady games, whatever they were. Those were in my bathroom when I was like a teenager. I had StarCraft, Warcraft 2, and Diablo 2. She watches with you. Oh boy. Getting getting kind of risque. Yeah, I had those in my bathroom because that was like pre cell phone days, pre flip through social media while you're in the bathroom. So I'd be like reading about like StarCraft missions and Diablo 2 gear and stuff. Those old strategy guides were so cool. It's so crazy. Like, even though the internet existed, we still like printed books with information about video games for a little while. There's like a very special era. Those were good games too. The battle chess games. I had all of them. Diablo 2 or the Diablo battle chest. The Warcraft 2 when the BattleNet edition came out. I had that one, and then I had the StarCraft. And we would do these big like LAN parties. I may say jokes, but we really are so similar. Such a lovely lady. Yeah, that's how my girlfriend is. We're very similar in our tastes and like sense of humor. I think the sense of humor is really important. We both have a really good sense of humor. You also have the Diablo 2 Battle Chest box, the weird 3 CD PC port of Final Fantasy 11, or 7. I had that too. Oh my gosh. So do you still have in the box, I gotta ask, the little keyboard overlay like cut out where you could like lay it over the numpad and it would tell you what keys did what? Because I totally remember that. MechWarrior 3, I love MechWarrior. I've never played MechWarrior 3. I should play that. Not the box for Final Fantasy VII. Oh, you just have the CDs. Yeah, that was published by Eidos Gaming, and it came with that weird it came with like a cardboard piece, and you would lay it over your number pad, and then it was like telling you that this is the menu, this is that, because you had to play that whole Final Fantasy VII with like the number pad. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea, but I guess people really didn't have. It wasn't like now most people don't have game pads, but they've got like these just sitting around, right? They've got Xbox controllers, and look, like right next to me right now, I have an Xbox controller and a PlayStation controller, and you can just plug it into your computer and it works. But back in the day, nobody had game pads. You had to go buy them. It had to be like a separate game pad. So I guess I can understand why they did that. You played all your games with like the arrow keys. I remember playing like Duke Nukem, Commander Keen, all that with arrow keys and the space bar. Control Alt. Control was like shoot. Alt was, I don't know, use the item. Old school gaming. Skyless, we're talking about like old gaming. Dad got a joystick in the past for two reasons. Let me guess. One was a Jane's Flight Simulator. Oh, Descent. Oh my gosh. Dude. We had a Gravis, or not Gravis, Thrustmaster joystick just for Descent and MechWarrior, just like that, dude. MechWarrior 2 and Descent. We played Descent on Kali. And Kali was like an IPX, SPX tunneling program that would let you basically trick your computer into thinking you were on a LAN, like you were at a LAN party. And you could play Descent with people all over the world. You could play Warcraft. You could play all kinds of games. Remember the old days of multiple disc install I got for WoW? Yeah, WoW was 4 or 5 discs. It was lame though because WoW's big box or whatever, it was like a mini box. It didn't have a hard case. It had a the disc came in like plastic and paper sleeves. I looked it up online. The collector's edition, a sealed original World of Warcraft collector's edition, is like $12,000 on eBay. 12 grand for that. Somebody paid like $100 for it back in the day, and now it's worth 12 grand. But they never opened it. I'd be really curious to know like the story behind it too, like why they have it. The only reason why I looked it up was I saw somebody with the very original like collector's edition pet, and I was like, "How do you get that pet?" And I looked it up, and it was like only comes with the vanilla World of Warcraft collector's edition. I was like, so then I was like naturally curious. I'm like, I wonder how much that would cost. 12 grand. So if you ever want to play MechWarrior again, Showfox, you can at least MechWarrior 2. I downloaded a config file and you just drag and drop and overwrite it. And somebody built a WASD, like WASD and mouselook config file for MechWarrior 2, and it plays like MechWarrior Online or Doom, or not Doom, but like Quake. It plays like a first-person shooter. And as soon as I got that, I'm gonna bring the music down a little bit here. As soon as I got that, I was like hooked on MechWarrior 2, and I was shocked. I was like playing MechWarrior 2 in 2018, and it felt so modern. That game was way ahead of its time. I ended up playing through the whole thing. If I remember right, MechWarrior 3 took like the cinematics and the storytelling to like another level. But dude, that MechWarrior 2 opening cinematic when I was a kid was like insane. Like the jump forward from MechWarrior 1 to 2 was nuts. Because MechWarrior 1 was like DOS, like early DOS, and super clunky. But two is not clunky. Like I think it's like objectively a good game. It's not one of those where you look back and you're like, oh, for the time that was good. Like it's still good now. Then yeah, Descent. Descent was just on another level. 6 Degrees of Freedom, arcade action, great multiplayer. That was another one that was a big leap forward for gaming. The 90s had really good leaps forward for gaming. Even like StarCraft. StarCraft I think is an objectively good game. Like it still plays really well today. Like there's things that it could do better. There's some quality of life that you could put in there, but overall like StarCraft still plays excellently. That's when you know like a developer did it. Like they nailed it. If you can boot up a game 20 years later and it's still good and it's not just a nostalgia thing and you're like, "Oh, that's a good nostalgic game for me to play." Like it's actually like a fun game, then you know they did something right. Trying to think what other box games I had. Morrowind. I got that on the box. What else did I have? I had a friend who had Daggerfall. I never got Daggerfall. They Bethesda pushed Daggerfall out as a free download, so I was able to get it for free. Like download it. They put it on their website. Still watch Judge do rank matches in StarCraft 2. That game's like on another level. It's too many button presses for me. I'll get arthritis. Like my wrists are not capable of that anymore. Good old Morrowind. Yeah, such a broken game. Broken but good. You can let it be broken or you can play it like the way you're supposed to. I always break it. I can I can make a new character on that game and be like overpowered in 30 minutes because I know where to go and like steal. You can steal stuff and sell it and then train and be like level 40 in 30 minutes. We were having this discussion on a stream I was on earlier, which is like the best Elder Scrolls. I think it's Morrowind. There were like a lot of Oblivion fanboys in there, which is understandable because it was an Oblivion stream, but I think Morrowind hands down is better than Oblivion. The atmosphere in Morrowind was just off the charts. Like that was like the first time you boot in there and then you get out of that ship and you're like surrounded by giant mushrooms. Like they did it just right. They're like they want you to come out of the ship and be like, "Whoa, I'm not in like a regular old uh, Elder Scrolls game. Like this is crazy. There's like giant mushrooms and giant bugs. Like, hey, you want to fly on a giant bug? We make a special trip just for you. Same low price." Yeah, boots of speed, ultra vision. Yeah, you make the flight ring so you can fly. You can fly over things and rain fireballs down on them. Yeah, you can do the whole cheese where you get like 1,000 int and then you can like go enchant things. There was like no caps on what you could do on that game, except for leveling was weird because you couldn't. Your skills were capped at 100, and you got one level every 10 skill points or whatever. But last time I played it, I just downloaded a mod where you uncap your skills, so like you're able to get your skills past 100, and that made the game so much more enjoyable because now I'm not having to very like precisely plot out all my levels to make sure I'm getting max stats. Ooh, I got a Tasseron's Grimoire. I actually installed it a couple months ago purely to give the imp potion thing a try. I don't know if I've ever done that. Where do you get the 1,000 imp potion stack? I feel like I've done like the cheese where you like make better imp potion, which then makes you better at enchanting, which then makes you able to enchant gear to, unless I'm thinking of Skyrim. Yeah, that's a very broken game. I can see why they did what they did with Oblivion, where they made the mobs level with you, but Nobody not a lot of people like that. You make an imp potion, drink, repeat. Ah, okay, yeah, so you just keep rolling it forward. Because you can pause the game while you're crafting or whatever, so you just drink the potion, go in the crafting menu, make another one, drink it. That game. You Enwa. When I was a kid, I was like, did they just say you N word? Like, what are they? What's going on? What else do they say? Outlander. Yeah, it's a great game. So I got it on PC, and my computer couldn't handle it. So then I had to. What did I have to do? Oh, I went and got the Xbox version because like I had to play it. I was like, I have to play this game, and I had a regular like OG Xbox. So I got it on the regular OG Xbox, and then I was working at I was giving tours. I was like a tour guide where you like get on a bus and drive through like a gold mine, and I would like talk about it. And as soon as I got my first paycheck from that, I went to Software Etc. It wasn't called like there was I don't know if Best Buy was even a thing back then, but Software Etc. was kind of like Best Buy or GameStop, and I bought a 64 megabyte video card, 64 whole megabytes, and I bought Morrowind and Shadows of Luclin for EverQuest. There's even a Grandmaster's tool set you can pick up somewhere. I can't remember the exact names, but was one of the mushroom towns in the Telvanni area. It's sad I remember that. They built all their houses in giant mushrooms. If you guys actually I don't know if I'm gonna recommend. There's a YouTuber. I'll just say there's a YouTuber out there that makes some pretty funny Morrowind. He made a really funny review of Morrowind, but it's also a little bit like racy. He's got some like subtle humor that might put some people off, so I won't mention the name, but his Morrowind review is hilarious. How did the install of Morrowind go? Did it actually like work? Because I've only been able to play it on I have it on Steam, and even when I had it on Steam, I still had to download a bunch of like fixes for it to get it to actually run, because the game just doesn't want to run. It's too old. It's in that like weird era where like older games you can DOSBox and DOSBox will get them to run just fine. But that like in between era of like Windows XP, Windows Vista, those games seem to not want to run, and there's really no way to emulate unless there's something I just don't know about. Grandmaster toolset is that must be like for lock picking or something. Ran fine without too much issues. That's good. Yeah, I tried to play it earlier this year actually. I downloaded it on Steam and it just kept crashing. And it killed it for me. I was like I'm not really wasn't really in the mood to try to spend hours fixing it. And there was other old games that I could have played that would scratch that like old game nostalgia itch. It's a good one though. Daggerfall is too. I do that like once every couple of years. I'll play through, not play through it, but I'll play Daggerfall. That one's pretty nostalgic for me too. Tool set, because it's like all four things. Oh, okay, so it's like the Alembic, the Calcitron, or whatever. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. That's right, yeah, I forgot those were like, they had journeymans, masters, grandmasters to be able to do the alchemy. Oh, you're killing gnolls. Oh, yeah, you said you're on green. He must be up in Blackborough. Or a split paw. I love both of those. I love killing gnolls, period. Blackborough is probably in my top 5 favorite zones. Barb Chamois level 5. Nice. Are you doing solo self-on as well? I looked into it, and for the Kunark only, solo self-on as a shaman looks really interesting because there's a lot of gear you can go after. And one of the issues I have on the Necro is there's not a lot of gear that I can go try to, like, farm. And one of the things I really like about doing solo self-found is, like, going and finding on the wiki, like, ooh, I can really use this weapon. I'm going to go farm it. Could really use this hat. It's got a lot of int. And it looks like in Kunark, your gearing options up to level 40 are almost none for the Necro. But for the Shaman, they're abundant. And there's a lot of stuff that you can go look, like, on the wiki and get. I would say I'll do that next, but I don't know if there will be another. I think one might be enough. This is already quite the time sink. Takes a lot of time to level solo. It's not like when you group and you find a good group and you sit down for 4 or 5 hours and you come out 3, 4 levels higher. Like High Keep, you go into High Keep basement and you get one good group and you walk out of High Keep basement like 2 spell levels later. You're like, oh damn, I guess I can skip those spells. Not every class is equal, you're right. Actually, it's a good. So I made a YouTube short that I'm going to be pushing out as soon as I get my new. Oh, that's a lot of. What's going on? That's a lot of scorpions. I'm going to be pushing out a YouTube short here soon, so if you want to check out my YouTube channel, it's just getting started. I talk about the top 5 beginner-friendly classes. Show Fox Quan, thanks for the follow. I just need to get my logo, so I have a artist working on a logo and some other things. So the stream's going to look really different here. He's supposed to have it to me tomorrow. We'll see. I'm not going to sweat it if he's not done with it. But, yeah, there's going to be a lot of changes. And once I get that logo, I'm going to slap that on my YouTube short, and then I'll be publishing that. And then maybe, you know, now that you're making me think, maybe I should make one for top 5, like, solo self-found classes. Easiest solo self-found. Then I could do one for hardest. And I'm sure as soon as I push it out, people will get in the comments and disagree with me or whatever. They'll be like, no, this is better. Whatever. If it gets people talking, it's a win. I finally started learning the video editing. So if you go on my YouTube right now, it's all just like long play videos of me. It's just my streams exported to YouTube. But here soon, I'm actually going to sit down and video edit. What I'm thinking right now is I'll do like a solo self-found recap. Level 20 is a good milestone, good benchmark for that. And I'll edit probably a bunch of videos down to like a 20-minute recap of what level 1 to 20 was like for me. And then after that, maybe do every 10 levels or so. We'll see. There's a lot of good stuff I can do on there. Turn this rain sound off. I can't stand that rain sound. This is Daft Punk. I was surprised at how much time it took to edit 60 seconds worth of video. Like it took me like 4 hours to edit down. Luckily, I had all the classes, so I made a top 5 beginner-friendly classes. I had all 5 of those between blue and green. So I went out and just recorded some like basic footage. Then you got to write a script. You got to add in the music. It's a whole thing. Scalable tracker, WhiteCon. Let's go. There was a guy who did a solo self-found like warrior, gnome warrior. That's on another level. Kudos to him. At one point, he was talking about how he was like, "Oh goodness, this guy hits hard." Oh my gosh, watch that guy for a bit. Yeah, did he stream it on Twitch? Oh my gosh, I was all pumped. I'm like, "WhiteCon, let's go!" And this guy's like, he's whooping me. And that snare breaks, I'm gonna be in trouble. Just keep letting my pet beat on him. Oh, looks like my pet's got him. I'm gonna re-snare him. I'm not even worried about the mana bar at this point. Alright, he's down. That was, oof. That's cool. He put it all out on Twitch. I watch everything. Speaking of WhiteCon, I just had to sprint from one. Did you train like a million gnolls? We were talking about this earlier on stream or yesterday, how like I love in Blackborough when you get those huge trains all the way up to the zone line, and then they all go pathing back in an actual train, like single file, and they're like, "Arr, arr, arr." You're right at the zone line to hills. That's a good spot for your level, yeah. I really like that spot. Either the outside or the inside both have good for like level 4 to 8, and it's safer than going deeper further, going deeper inside. The spawns are a lot more manageable up there. You can kind of pull from that little camp, you can pull from the tree, you can pull from the back rooms, and then you have the zone line right there to run to if you need to. Trying to head to Kinos to turn in the fangs I have because there's level 10 who just mowed through all the entryway mobs. Those fangs give good experience, like way past when they should. I'm gonna apologize if you've heard this story on stream before, but I had an XR monk in 2001. He was around level 32, and I decided my goal was I want to be able to bank in Kinos because I loved Kinos for some reason. And I ran around Blackborough and I killed all these gnolls for like days. Like we're talking a week, where I just did nothing but kill gnolls and collect fangs. I had like 400 gnoll fangs. Then I ran to Kinos and I would have to feign death. I would run in, run away from the guards, feign death, stand up, run, feign death. And I did that all the way to the Guildmaster where you turn in the Gnoll Fangs. Ran up there, feign death. He's like level 50, level 60. Like he's going to just absolutely wipe me. Feign death next to him, turned in all the Gnoll Fangs. And then I'm like, all right, moment of truth. Is this going to happen? And I stood up and he was conning dubious. He didn't like, he would have killed me in like 2 hits. I was like, oh, I did it. And then I just walked out of Kinos. But it took so many fangs, and I think I got like a whole level from those fangs at like level 32. Those things give crazy experience. Having something like that on a solo cell phone, because that's one thing that I've come to realize Kunark is missing that. Like the Ixar is missing a crush bone belt or a null fang. They have nothing like that. Like you get bone chips, but bone chips fizzle out by like level 8. Whoops. Ooh, that's a lesser char, but I don't really want to tangle with him. He's a white con. That last white con taught me a lesson. Yeah, you don't get anything like that down here. That would be really nice. There's so many mobs that you could do that with too. Like there's XR bandits. There's all those like the marauders. You could do something like that because you get faction hits with those. There's like a Forsaken XR faction. So they could have done like a Forsaken XR wristband, bandit wristband, something like that. And that was part of the reason why leveling from like 8 to 12 was really hard. Like I'm having an easier time at 17 than I was at 12. Because there's like no quests. Once I found this fear kite spot, then things started getting a lot better. I tried going to Swamp of No Hope, thinking like, oh, maybe there's some good spot here. There's no good spots. I was trying to fear kite next to the pit here in Field of Bone, and enemies are like walking off the pit as they're feared. That was painful. Sitting at 80% to 18 though. That's looking good. We're making it happen. Yeah, Necro, like the spot choice is super important. This spot is great. Don't give away my secrets. No, it's alright. I'll be done here probably next level. This is Back's, where is it? I'm gonna pull it up on the wiki here. It's like right here. So all this is like blue con mobs right in here. So it's like east, northeast of Kearns, and there's nothing that paths up here. So it's sweet. No, it's all good. I don't care. That's why I'm doing this solo self-found challenge, is to get more like attuned with Kunark, because I love Kunark and I've always wanted to learn more about it. Last thing I did out there was Warslicks with the giant fort, giant encampment. Yeah, that's a good one. That's where I'm gonna head next. Well, I gotta get to 21 to do that. I can't go there until theoretically I could go there on 19. It's gonna be really hard. I don't want to do that. I think it'd be slower. 21 should get me a decent blue and white con spread of mobs to kill. But I'm looking forward to Warslicks because you can get those axes that sell for a lot. It'll hopefully take care of my money issues. Had to wait for 24 for mages need the pet to survive. Yeah. Those pets are really good. Mage pets are really good. Later on, though, they slow down. They don't really keep pace. But in the early levels, they just kill. Dak Dog, what's up? Never seen one of the axes drop off giants. Yeah, we talked about that. I'm gonna check out the brute tunnels as well. Yeah, the axes are actually kind of a low drop rate. The wiki says 0.4. That's pretty low. I mean, even enemies like level 17, 18 will drop runes, words, things like that I can sell. You had a leg chopper sword drop. How much did that sell for? 43 plat, yeah. Payday. Get one of those. You're like, boom. Why are they so loud? I can't understand that. It won't let me change their volume. There we go. I'm turning that down. I found it. Never fear. I won't blow out your eardrums anymore. Solo mage isn't bad, but you have to make sure it gets a high roll on the summon. That's, yeah, same with Necro. You got to try to get the max level. Dak Dog says, and then there was a chest that dropped that a group member got, and he said it sold for 60 plat. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It's like a woven grass, tunic of woven grass or something. But only saw one of each. Yeah, they're pretty low. That's probably where those brutes come in, where you're actually getting consistently like more money per kill versus waiting on RNG. Ooh, there's a scale wolf tracker out here. I don't know if I want to mess with him. Oh, there he is too. He's right there. Not gonna tangle with him this time. He almost wiped me out last time. Truthfully, I'm just grateful that this fear cutting spot is working out. Because I was on the struggle bus. If you can get an earth pet to deal at least 22 damage, you can solo in the giant camp if you're focused on heal duty. Yeah, I talk about that in my YouTube. Or no, I didn't have time. YouTube shorts are so short. I wanted to talk about how if you're a mage, you're basically playing in a group, more or less, and you're like a cleric and a damage dealer at the same time, and then your pet's like the tank. You had the forest loop drop twice. Nice. And then you wear them. Yeah, those are what, 3 forest loop, 3 whiz, 3 agility. That's like made for you. That's like custom made for a shaman right there. 3 dex too. Dex helps your cast speed. That's better than the agility for you. That's good. How much are those going for? 300. You're the richest level 20 that I know. You're loaded. You've got it made. Save that money for your canny spell when you hit higher level. Can't part with them. Eventually you'll probably get something better. Yeah, save your money for the, I think canny 4 is like 1,000 plat. But you said somebody gave you 1,000 plat, so you're like set there. You're in good shape. You're set up, man. Keep going. You're gonna be cruise control to level 50. Then you can start raiding. Met some nice people along the way. Yeah, there's the community. That's something I'm gonna talk about when I make a video about why you should play classic EQ. The community is great. For the most part. Don't get me wrong, there's some outliers. But overall the community in these games is phenomenal. People just giving stuff away. Made my first time back after 20 years pretty enjoyable. That's a success story there. Yeah, come back to the game after 20 years, loving it, sticking with it. So the retention is there versus, like I'd say it's really easy to come back to this after 20 years and play through the first, I don't know, 3, 4 levels. Because, I mean, those first few levels go really slow. It's really easy to hit that point and be like, and I'm done. Like, that was cool. Moving on. I mean, shoot, 1 to 4 could take you 6 hours. And you don't have any spells. You have, like as a shaman level 1, you've got, like, what, your nuke and your heal or your nuke and your buff. I would say it's not the most engaging. Any class. No class is engaging until at least level 8. Some of them it takes even longer than that. Shaman, I'd say, is probably level 9 when you get Spirit of Wolf, then it gets decent. Oh, level 1 Shaman, he has to buy the nuke. That's so, like, savage. And if you're an actual new player, you probably don't even know that you can, like, go buy those spells. So you probably just think, like, oh, I guess this is all I got. I remember when I first started a druid, I thought druids were like a melee class. Like, because that's pretty much how they play till level 14. And then all of a sudden at level 14, I was like, ah, okay, I get it. I'm supposed to be rooting these things and nuking them, not, or dotting them, not fighting them face to face. But they play as a melee class for a while. And God help you if you started warrior like Dak Dog did. Like, I started warrior, and somebody was like, "Whoa, what are you doing, dude? Like, this is your first character. Make a shaman." And then I saw a mage. Oh shoot! Stand up. What's he doing? I saw a mage, and I was like, "Oh, he's got like a little helper. Like, I want that little helper." So then I made a mage. But yeah, if you start a warrior, because everybody thinks like, "Oh, I'm new to the game. I don't understand it. I'll just like warrior's got to be the simplest and easiest to learn." And in reality, they're like the hardest to level. Like they're abysmally bad at leveling, and they're not even good like grouping wise unless they have good gear. Yeah, I did the same thing. I made a I got up to level 5 on a warrior, a human warrior in Kinos. Imagine, and then for you, dude, like you went all the way to like 40 something. That's crazy because like that's 40 levels, 45 levels where you were just auto attacking and like kicking. Like, auto attack and kick. And then you did it all in Everfrost, so you couldn't even get like good gear that actually had procs or clickies or anything. And yet Warrior ends up being the better option for main tanking endgame. Yeah, that's the whole weird thing about it is like they're the most useful as a raid tank, and that's it. And that's like this much of the game until you hit that point, where you actually understand it. Because even paladins and shadow knights are better for like for small groups because they have snap aggro. I was young and had lots of time. Yeah, definitely remember those days playing EQ till 4 in the morning. I would love to have a warrior on P99 though, with like all the clickies and the awesome stuff, because they're like super cool and fun when you actually have the stuff. But the game doesn't explain itself, so you're like, if you played a warrior from beginning, you don't know that eventually you're gonna end up like almost like a battle mage with all these like clicky options. But especially back then, there wasn't like a lot of info out there to be like, you need to go get this clicky and this clicky and this clicky. So like for Dak Dog, he's just auto attacking his way to 45. I remember somebody told me to make a they told me to make a monk or a shaman. They're like, if you make a monk, you're still melee, but you get at least like some buttons. They're like, or make a shaman and you can buff and heal and nuke. And then I got a shaman to level 6, and then moved on to the mage, and the rest was kind of history. Oh, I actually played the mage for a little bit, and then moved on to monk, and then the rest was history. My monk was my main throughout Velius. But back then for me, it seemed like I would roll a new class like once a week. So I would see somebody else and be like, oh, that guy's so cool. I want to be him. I want to be a paladin. Then I get my paladin to like level 20 and then be like, oh, that's so cool. I want to be I want to be a bard. Look at that bard running around the zone with 50 mobs chasing him. I want to be that. If button mashing is what you want, play a bard. Possibly like the worst class design I've ever seen in a game, to be honest. Like if your class design actively injures your players, like you missed the mark. Bards require surgery by age 30. It's like they're like major league pitchers. It's required. There's no way I could play a bard now. I got arthritis from playing Diablo 2 earlier this year. Playing a bard would destroy me. I'd be in the hospital. Ooh. It's a good Saturday. I'm coming up on 90% to 18. That's halfway to my next spell level. That's exciting. Keeping the bar moving in the right direction. I play a bar, but it's the only class I use my wireless gaming mouse for. Does it have like extra buttons? I feel like if you could offload some of the button pushes to your right hand on your mouse, it may actually help. So you can't macro it on P99. I know that. And I think in actual real life EverQuest they made like an interface that you can drop your songs into and it will twist the songs for you. But on P99 you're like required to actually like twist the songs. 6 extra buttons, so whole bottom half of my hotbar is set up for mouse. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That way you can give your melody, that's it. You can give your wrist a break. Outside of that, the bard is like it's a really cool class. It's like a mix between a warrior and a enchanter with some other. They're pretty unique because like some of the stuff they get enchanters don't get. They're not like a total hybrid. I always thought it was cool they could charm though. Charming's neat. I get a charm at level 20, I think, on the Necro. That'll be cool. No stranger to the charming. Done a lot of charming on my enchanter. Four song rotation is easy for thumb to press, and you gotta reach for AoE mez and lull. Nice. That AoE mez is a lifesaver. When I play my enchanter, I did group and Kazakh Thule. And virtually all I did was AoE mez and buff the tank. and the buff clarity, haste, and AoE mez, and the tank would run and scoop like 15 lizards. I did the pyramid, the top of the pyramid in Kazakh Thule. It was like insane, the amount of lizards we killed. The AoE mez makes it possible though, because you can keep large amounts of enemies mez, so the tank can go scoop tons of enemies. And then that makes everybody's experience bars go up faster, because then the tank's spending less time pulling and more time fighting. It's kind of why this spot's good for me, because the pulls are nice and short. The last spot I was in, the pulls were really long. So I'd spend a lot of time running. Dang, interrupted twice in a row. 3 times in a row. 4 times in a row. At this point, I bet my pet has aggro. There's 90%. That's good. Good XP gain. I'm going to grab a bottle of water real quick. I feel like level 18 is, to me, that's the point where you're no longer a noob. Your character is no longer like a new character. I feel like you've crossed into the mid levels. Probably should be more like 25, but for me at 18, you're definitely not like a fresh character. I want to go to Kearns, but there's 11 people in there all around my level, so I just think it's going to be a waste of time to go in there. Worslicks is looking nice and empty. I wish I was higher level. All Rick's out there getting that money, killing them brutes. Just need to get some health and mana back, and I can go pull another one. Probably should block that. Block that chat window. There we go. Just so if people whisper me, it's not showing up on stream. If somebody says something really inappropriate in zone chat, it's not showing up on stream. I don't have Twitch going after me for things that I can't moderate. Can't see my target. Got him. Left my mage over by the fortress in the Lake of Ill Omen, trying to get mage words. Fun times pulling from there. That Sarnak fort. Yeah, that's like almost a mandatory group place. You could probably pull it off as an enchanter because you got Mez and all that. And Lull. But as a mage, you don't have any utility to deal with all those ads. So that's rough. Scorpion's got a lot of health. Ooh, he's chunking my pet down good. I don't want to lose that pet. I have to resummon him. A lot of timing and single pulling from into a back room with no spawns and playing cleric, yeah. It's funny because I thought that like grouping but not actually grouping dynamic was super cool when I was younger. And actually played mage when I first came to P99. My mage on blue was actually made in 2009. He's like old. But once I discovered Enchanter, I was like, dude, I'm hooked. Enchanter has so many tools to control what's going on, and they're just like they're almost broken. It's crazy. Like I feel like Enchanter is OP. The stuff they can do solo is nuts. And then in a group, they're just as good. They're like the best DPS in the game. They've got awesome buffs that everybody wants. Maybe not raid DPS, but they're the best like group DPS. Who knows? Maybe they're the best raid. I don't know if you can charm in a raid or not. Like I don't know what happens if you go to like Vishan's Peak and try to charm a dragon. Does it work? I'm not sure. I just feel like they're super OP. Not the dragon, I'm sure. Yeah, I could only imagine if you charm like a raid boss. Charm the sleeper. Yeah, I was hooked. I actually got hooked on Chanter early on because even before they can charm the illusion pets they have are right there on par with mage pets. Like they're really good. And it's funny because when I was younger, I thought Enchanter was like a cheesy class because I didn't know about charming. So I was like, oh, they have a pet, but they can't control it. They stink. Mages are way better than that. Not realizing that Chanters have every tool they could ever want to solo crazy things. There's no way as a kid that I would have been able to comprehend how to play an Enchanter, though. I say as a kid, I was like a young teenager, but still. I should bring the Chanter back up on stream someday. Chanters are busted in the right hands, and I know that secondhand watching Dad play one on Strom in 2005. Yeah, they're in my prime. I was pretty beastly on the Chanter. It takes a lot of practice. You gotta have your bars set up just right. Like you have to have just the right spells, and if you mess up and have one wrong spell on there or like not the right spell on there, you can totally tank yourself. I was doing Grob. Ooh, Grob is open right now. I was doing Grob guards. That's like a great money spot, but it's super hard. It's like really easy to die in there. There's like a warrior guild master. If you get too close to, he's gonna just wipe the floor with you the moment he sees you. And then there's pathing guards. Once you get the hang of it, though, you make tons of money in there. I'm actually surprised to see that it's open. Normally there's somebody in Grob 24/7 making money on the guards. They drop like fine steel long swords, sell for 10, 11, 12 plat a piece. And then a ring or a shield or something that sells for 1 or 2. So basically each guard you kill is 15 plat. So I made like 3,000 plat on my chanter just doing that. It's a good spot. Chanters can do all kinds of stuff. They can go to dungeons, solo their way through dungeons. I was doing permafrost at like level 20, soloing named mobs in perma. But you want to talk about sweating? Like, I would finish, not physically actually sweating, but I would finish doing 4 hours of that and be physically tired because of the amount of focus that it takes to actually pull it off. Like, I had spawn timers going, I had buff timers going, and it was just like managing so many different things at once, trying to keep basically to stay alive. Because it's not one of those things where you can just be like, oh, I need a break. I'm going to take a break. Because breaking the camp is really hard. And once that camp's broken, you don't want to let it go. If you let them all respawn, you got to go through breaking the camp, and it's like one resist was going to keep you from breaking that camp, and you were going to die. It's definitely high risk, high reward. Very, very rewarding to play, though. This is not nearly as hard as that. This isn't hard at all. Necro leveling has been pretty chill for me. Once you find a good spot like this and you can fear kite, you're set. Just notice the rain stopped. I can turn the sound effects back on. I'd say the only thing I'm not really liking about the Necro leveling is just the amount of med time that it takes between kills. Makes it feel kind of slow. That's part of the benefit of streaming, though, is I can at least talk to people. I guess if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be watching King of the Hill or something, Breaking Bad, something on my second monitor, but I've done that a lot. I used to grind on WoW Classic that way too. Second monitor, TV show. But it's looking like I'm 2, 3 kills out from leveling, so I'm going to apologize in advance for the really loud ding noise. For whatever reason, the EverQuest developers decided to make the ding like 20 decibels higher than any other sound effect in the game. So I apologize in advance. I don't want to blow your eardrums out. I may actually disable the ding noise because it just is that annoying. It's like I love to hear it, but I hate it because of how loud it is. Then at 18, I'm going to need to make a decision. Do I go Kearns? Do I go to Lakerville Omen? I need to get out of here because none of these mobs are dropping anything that I make money. And if I'm going to have a snowball's chance in hell and getting any spells at level 20, I got to go somewhere else. These mobs are just not cutting it for the money. Lakerville Omen might be a good one. You can park up next to the lake and then pull enemies from the they'll like path in like a little shooting gallery and you snipe them out of there. And then there's a vendor in that zone that I can hit up at the windmill. So I think that's the play, because Kearns is too congested. There's just too many players in there, too much competition for a solo. I think LOIO is going to be a little bit more dangerous because the enemies are going to be higher level. And then that also kind of begs the question of like safety for fear kiting. How safe is it going to be to fear kite there? That's all things I can figure out though. I figured this out. I found this spot. I can find another spot. I think I'm too low for windmill. Windmill has good level 20 plus mobs, but I think I'm too low for that. Outside of that, I don't think there's really anywhere else I should go. Warslicks, I'm still too low for Warslicks. So yeah, Lake of Illumin's looking pretty much like the next spot to go. Then I'll power through to level 20, get my level 20 spells, whatever spells I can afford. At that point, might be worth going back to Kearns because then I can head to some further, like go further up in the tower versus being down on the main floor. Maybe can get away from all the groups. Like I can't tell. Dang, there's 11 people in Kearns. It's probably 2 groups and then some people soloing. A lot of people like Kearns for the zone experience modifier. You get more experience per kill in there. But for me being solo, it doesn't really translate because if I'm having a fight for every single mob and I'm constantly capped on my mana, that means I'm not being very efficient. Hmm. So Lake of Ill Omen it is. That's exciting though. I'll be out of Field of Bone for the first time in forever. Theoretically I could stay here. I'm just not gonna make the money that I need to. It's nice and easy. But then I'll hit level 20 and I won't have any money for spells. I don't want to have that happen. I need that level 20 pet. I can take that level 20 pet and like use him like a blender and kill a bunch of level 1 skeletons to get bone chips. It's just crazy because it feels like not that long ago this guy was level 2. One thing I am really excited for is getting up to like 35, 40 and being able to go try to do like some dungeon type stuff. Hit up like Kesora or what's the one? Dalnir. Probably be really hard. It might be interesting for people to watch on stream. And I haven't really done a lot of those dungeons, so like I've gone to Kesora once with a group on my monk. We died. I had to drag everybody's bodies out for him. I think I've gone to Dalnir twice. I think I went once on my enchanter, just to just to see it. I remember being a noob Ixar, and all the higher level Ixars in our guild would go to down there and get those fighting batons and give them out to the young monks. I thought I was so cool with my 2 fighting batons fighting in Kerns. Then I got was it Cane of the Tranquil? Where does that drop? Cane. Let me look that up. Cane of the Tranquil drops in Old Seb from a level 53. I can't remember if I bought these. They're not that expensive. I don't think I bought them. Somebody must have either given them to me or I must have paid for them, but I remember when my monk got those, I thought I was like so cool. Even though looking at it now, it doesn't look like that good of a weapon. Like my fists were probably better than those. Got a long pull here. Get that dot on him so it's ticking while I run. You figure at some point these enemies would be like, dude, don't go up there. If a Necro pops out of those woods and shoots you with a spell, don't follow him. As soon as you get up there, a skeleton pops up, starts punching you. I think I'm gonna ding. Watch your eardrums. Let me see if I can turn it off. There we go, I turned it off. There it is, I got it. Nailed it. There we go, that's better than a massive annoying ding. Alright, that's level 18. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to kill probably 4 or 5 more mobs. That way if I do die, I'm not completely de-leveled. And then afterwards, I'm going to head to Lake of Ill-Omen. I need to swing through Cabalus and sell this. My bags are a mess. I look like a hoarder. Got a lot of junk. I've got 500 copper on me. Good thing I've got this sweet +2 strength cloak, so I'm not actually weight capped right now. Switch up the music a little bit here. It's been a good stream so far. Got some regular folks in here. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for checking out the stream. Watching my solo self-found journey. Let's see. Heart's things are now conning green. Skyless. Excuse me. I was wondering where you went. No big deal, but you were quiet. That is enough TikTok for one day. Those are words my girlfriend will never say. She'll watch TikTok from the moment she gets up to the moment she goes to bed. She puts in headphones when I'm like, if I'm in bed and I'm getting ready to sleep, she'll put in headphones and keep watching TikTok. She cannot get enough of it. I always make fun of the videos she watches too. They do this like TikTok voice. I can't stand it. There's like a TikTok voice. And it's like, because she always watches girl TikTokers, and they're like, okay, my boyfriend and I, we wanted to go out for ice cream, but whenever we got to Cold Stone Creamery, they were out of Rocky Road. And I'm like, ugh, it just like makes me like cringe. They talk super fast and quiet. Oh, and then she watches these ones where it's like a guy eating, and the noises that he makes, he's using like a ultra HD microphone that captures like every sound, and he's like, and I'm like, oh, dude, it's so gross. How do you watch that? And the guy's got like 50,000 subscribers or something crazy. I was watching a joke one. If you've ever donated your blood clot, your blood could be in someone's boner right now. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Like, does that blood eventually get replaced by your own blood? There's got to be some science behind that. Just need to kill a few more mobs here, and then I'm gonna get out to Lake of Ilm and start the new chapter in my solo self-found journey. I don't want to think about it. Yeah, me either. That is a bit much. I am gonna start pushing the YouTube shorts that I'm making to TikTok though. That is definitely on the list, and then eventually I'll get the restream up, and I'll be able to restream to TikTok and Twitch and YouTube. If I want to hear a foot fetish joke, as long as it's like PG-13ish, it's nothing too bad. I don't want to get too racy here. Your discretion. I'll leave it up to you. Or you can message me on Discord if it is. If it is like on the fence. I always thought that was crazy though. Like there's people out there who feet is their thing, and like when they go to the beach, that's got to be just the best thing ever for them. It's a stab at teenage boys, so I won't say. Yeah, just message me on Discord. We were all teenage boys, presumably. I'm gonna assume that a vast majority, if not plural majority, of my audience is men. I was a teenage boy when EverQuest came out, and the dark elf models were like, ooh, jeez, those were weird times. Like I made a dark elf character just so I could be like creepy with the dark elf models. I'm not proud of that. I should not tell that on stream. The Iridites too, for some reason. Everybody liked the Wood Elves. I was more on the Iridites. How about them bearded dwarf female models? That's got to be somebody's thing. I always thought that was crazy. EverQuest has a bearded dwarf female model. Never had those urges. It was the weirdest thing in high school because the guys would talk like that stuff, and I'm like, older ladies are the best, and boom, outcast. Huh. I thought that was pretty universal. Like all your teachers or whatever, not all of them, but some of them. The crazy thing is the teachers seemed like they were like older, but in looking back, most of them were in their like late 20s. It's not that old. At the time, it seemed like crazy old. I remember like thinking like 24, somebody who's 24, that's so old. Now I'm like, shoot, I don't even see 60 as that old. This is just a matter of perspective. All right, one more kill. I'm already like, this is a good spot. Like I'm a little bit reluctant to leave it because the bar is moving good, but I gotta get that money. Gotta get that cheddar. I can't be hitting 20 and have no money. I only had old people for teachers, but I'm like, they need to be 5 years older than me. Otherwise, I'm like, nope. Hey, everybody's got a thing. Mm. Looks like the green screen's doing pretty good. I was worried about the lighting because I don't have any lights like up here in front of my face. And everything online was like, you gotta have lights in front of you. Which now that I'm thinking about that, like I don't want lights blinding me while I'm trying to play games. I'm already ruining my vision as it is. Playing video games for hours and hours a day. Let's see, what are you? Greater scale bone? I'll take you. Target is out of range. Target is out of range. Okay. Now there's two hearts thing. Oh, that's a big one. That's a monster. Big old scorpion. This will be the last mob, and then I'm going to head out to Lake of Ill-Omen. Get that Lich spell back on me so I can regen some mana. Alright, that's good. I'm probably still not quite in the safe zone where I would not de-level, but it's time to head out. See if I can get across this field of aggro here. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss my pet. That way he's not going to bring a train behind me. I don't want that. It's daytime, so I'm grateful for that. Nighttime, this would be very difficult to navigate. There's a dark elf over here. What you guys doing out here? Look at these two XRs are like looking at this dark elf like, what is he? I don't know, man. I've never seen it. What's he wearing on his head? Sent the joke vid to me. All right, I'll check it out. I'll check it out when I gotta either get off stream or go take a break. It's been lively in here. This is the most lively this stream has been since I started streaming again. I'm like super stoked. I love it. It's exciting. It's a good Saturday night stream. Hopefully everybody's having a good weekend. I know I am. I love that I got the setup all squared away for the most part. I can't wait to get the boom mic. That way I've got the headset mic off and a little bit better sound quality. This mic's not terrible. It gets the job done, but once I get that boom mic, man, that's... Then I am going to get some lighting. But I am grateful. The light in here is pretty good. There's two different lights in here. I've had to spend a little bit of money to get this setup going. Because before I could even stream in this room, I had to put tint on the windows, or on the sliding glass door, because it was like uninhabitable in here. It was too hot. Then I had to buy a big old swamp cooler to keep it nice and cool. Then I bought a webcam and a green screen. I nearly doubled over today from rib pain trying to help my uncle. I thought I was good to go. I'm sorry, man. Don't push yourself too hard. You'll get back up to 100%. You're young. You're going to recover. If you push yourself too hard, you could develop an injury, though, like a permanent injury. Alright, let's go hit up our buddy Clock Ace It. Do some vendoring. I was feeling good to go, and in fact, not good to go. Yeah, that's like story of my life, dude. I'll get hurt, and then I'll be like, oh, I'm fine, and I'll get back out and start running. I'll be back out on the track, and then, like, nope. I've learned to listen to it, though. Sell these snout rings. Rick, if you're still in here, I have this mandible for the XR, or sorry, the Shaman quest if you want it. If you're not in here, I'm going to whisper you. Golden earrings, 7 gold, nice. Jasper, 7 gold. Alright, I made a little bit of money in there. Or out there. Snout ring. These runes. So this is the stuff I need to be getting more of. Runes, gems, words. Oh, what am I doing? Sell this Targ shield and Tassarin's Grimoire. I have a late night tonight because the girlfriend will call in the morning because she got home from work with a migraine. That's unfortunate. I would take it, but I'm out and about at the moment. That's fine. I'll throw it in my bank. And as soon as you're in cab and I'm in cab, you'll know when I'm in cab because you watch me. And we can make the exchange. I'm perfectly good with giving stuff away on this character. I just can't accept anything in return. You can throw a so on me. I'll take a so. Never turn down a so. I finally turned the corner and started calling it so instead of sow. Not sure if he's actually in here. I whispered him, so I'll just say... Okay, you are still in here. Perfect. Back in home sweet home, good old East Cabalus. Such a rundown city. Alright, so one thing I do need to do after I bank is I'm going to have to take about 5 minutes. I'm going to take my contacts out because my eyes are drying out. And as soon as that's done, how much? That's still all that copper was not even 1 platinum. Up to 18 platinum. That's pretty good. That's like 16 plat I made out there. Oh shoot. I need to, let's see. I'll put the mandible in here for Rick. Dead bone barleys. I need to hang on to those. I'm up to 8. I can definitely make a Legion Logger now. Barracuda fangs I don't need. Some of this stuff I just need to figure out what to do with it. I got too much junk. I don't even know why I'm hanging on to these daggers. I'm gonna buy water because if I don't do it right now, I'm gonna forget and I'll eventually run out of water. Clock Sweetsy should have water. Water flask, buy a whole stack. That's 2 gold. Okay. Okay, so 5 minutes, maybe less, 2, 3 minutes, and I'm gonna take my contacts out so I don't get a migraine. Sorry about your girlfriend, Skyless. And then I will be back. We'll head out to Field of Bone and start the next phase. Or sorry, not Field of Bone, Lake of Ill Omen. Be right back. Okay. All right. Let's check out Lake of Ill Omen. Feels good getting those contacts out. I got a big old fan in here, and it dries your eyes out in a matter of minutes. Now I need to remember how to get to Lake of Illumino. I think I go left at the after the zone. Just trying to think, is there anything else I need before I go? But I'm kind of drawing a blank, so it's going to be a long run. Have to jump off here, use my sweet 100 innate XR swimming skill to cruise through these canals. I can only imagine how dirty these canals are with all the XR that live here and how nasty the city is. It's like imagine a lizard tank that you have in your home with one lizard, how gross it gets. Now imagine like hundreds of lizards. I seem to remember there was a EverQuest tabletop RPG back in the day. And I want to say they actually gave like population figures for each of the towns, like because obviously like in the game the population's like 30. But if you were to imagine it as a real world, like there's probably a few thousand lizards. So I can only imagine what those canals smell like. Still thinking what site to recommend to my cousin. I used the Asian dating one. He wants one in the States and I don't know any. Yeah, I really can't help you. It's a rough world out there. Telling you, a grocery store. Ooh, it's getting dark. I don't like that. That's gonna make the run out there a little bit more dangerous. Let me pull up Lake of Illumino here on the wiki so I can see exactly where I'm going. So when I hit the water's edge, I'm gonna head clockwise. So I'm gonna head to the left. Not recommended in my area. He would end up with a cousin. Yeah, you don't want that either. It was funny when I was a teenager, my dad would tell me, like, if you date anybody from this specific town, you need to tell me who they are because you have like 100. I had like 100 cousins in one town because my grandpa had 18 brothers and sisters. So I had like 100 plus. Ooh, that skirmisher might actually aggro. I had like 100 plus second cousins in that town. It was crazy. Like my uncle would do this pig roast, and like the whole family would show up, and there would be like 300 people there at like his farm, and they would dig a pit and roast a pig. It was a lot of fun. It was a wild party. They partied that part of the family. They partied hard. It's unfortunate. One of his sons actually crashed his car and passed away from drinking and driving. That's like my family, but I'm an outcast, almost every one of them, so I couldn't tell you who is who. So I joined the military. That's unfortunate, man. I'm sorry. I joined the military when I was 20, and now, like, I'm so disconnected from my family. It's not even funny. Like, I went to a campground in July. I went back to my hometown and was out driving around with my girlfriend, and we went to a campground, and I saw a group of people there, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm related to these people. And then I talked to my grandma the next day, and she was like, "Oh yeah, so and so was out there with his family." I was like, "Yep, that was them." Like, that was funny. I could just feel it. I have a ton of relatives up there. That family is huge. All right, so far we've dodged 2 skirmishers. This isn't even the dangerous part. The dangerous part is up here. There's going to be a field of mobs that's going to be probably level 25. But once you hit the water's edge, you're fine. But getting through that field is going to be tough, especially in the dark. So when I took my contacts out, I rinsed with some Listerine, so I'm all nice and minty fresh right now. That's feels good, man, as Skyless would say. Let's see if I can get up over this hill and then get down to the water. And hopefully not get pummeled by a level 25 skeleton. There's a greater scale bone. He's not super worrisome. I don't want to summon a pet yet because I don't want to have something behind me that's pulling aggro. Oh, it's starting to get dark. My girlfriend has like 7 brothers and sisters. Yeah, it's a big family. Okay, there's a tigress. Oh boy. Oh, that's just this. That's a green. What's this? XR Bandit, that's a green. Philippines. Love the food. I love Filipino food. Oh, there's the water. Greater skeleton. I'm gonna come up over this hill and hopefully I don't run into something. Okay, so I've hit the water and I head left. I used to be stationed in Florida like a long time ago now, and there was a really, really robust Filipino population out there, so we always had good Filipino food. Filipino and Thai. Seemed like everybody out there was dating or married to a Filipino or a Thai. Ah, the Thai food out there was so good. I love it too, but like go there and realize you actually have to go outside for entertainment and just do the deed all there. Parents did a lot. This is where you camp the Goblin Gazugi ring. That's actually a really good ring to have for any class that charms, because when you pop the invisibility spell from the Goblin Gazugi ring, it's like, I think it's an instant cast. It breaks charm, so it's super nice for charming classes. Alright, Goblin Soothsayer. He's a yellow. I'm wondering if this doesn't work, I can head back to where I came from and there was some blue con mobs out there. But if I'm just going to be killing greater skeletons and basically if I'm going to be killing those same mobs that I would be killing in Field of Bone, I'll head back to my like safe spot. Excuse me. I definitely don't want to go up in here. There's goblins up in there and I'll get aggroed. It's a dangerous place. Now I'm headed back over towards the windmill, but there's a whole field of enemies out there. I just can't see them. Let's see. Lesser Icebone. Here's a white. Goblin Warrior's a yellow. I mean, this could work. I don't know. White con enemies kind of make me nervous. Any yellows? And I don't want to fight yellows. I'm not there yet. I've made it about halfway around the lake. And I definitely know the mobs up here are going to be much higher, because I remember doing this in my like mid-20s. The spot that I'm headed to now. I think at this point, I'm just going to stay in Field of Bone till level 60. This astral projection. This is, I think for the monk epic. Astral projection ignores you. Dang. That's cold. Just happy with my Filipino. That's good, man. It's good to be happy. It's good to have somebody. Oh, shoot. Oh. Goblin Warlord right there on the edge of the lake. Alright, I don't want to call it too early. Like, I don't want to be like, nope, this isn't good. Back in the days of, like, Velius and Kunark, there would be, like, groups around this lake. I definitely remember at one point coming here, and there was probably 100+ players in this zone. For whatever reason, this zone was extremely populated. And on P99, it's like ignored. But at one point on P99, not on green, but on blue, this was still a popular zone. Not to doom you, but in the next life, I would recommend one. Appreciate it, yeah. So there's that white con. Alright, so the spot I'm going to check out is back up here. I'm just going to hope that there's at least a few blues, but I'd be willing to bet one of these people here is up there. One of these people on the who list is up there killing everything in sight trying to get a Goblin Kazuki ring. And that's not something I factored in when I decided to come out here. Definitely forgot about that. That this would probably be camped by a high-level player trying to get a ring. Yeah, I have fond memories of grouping in this general area right here. Like right in this spot. And you would come here, and then you would go over to Windmill, which is to the west. Let's see what's up here. You're fine, Skyless. XR Marauder. I mean, there's definitely mobs. Here's what I want to do. I don't... Oh, this might be a safe fear kiting spot right here. If we look at the wiki here, I'm right about here. I'm like right here. And it doesn't look like there's any little alcoves, or maybe back there would be a good fear kiting spot. It's just dark, and getting there could be dangerous. And I absolutely cannot wait to get the Ultra Vision spell, because that will make this a lot easier. Navigating at night. I don't know, I go back and forth on whether or not I'm like happy that they did the lighting changes or annoyed. Like right now I'm a little bit annoyed, but does add a new depth to the gameplay, and it definitely is more classic. Because I distinctly recall the game being extremely dark. Oh yeah, here they are. So you can see, look at this. It's an enchanter, so they definitely want the ring. They're after the Goblin Kazugi ring. And then you can see the spawns. Yep, so he's basically just trying to force him to spawn. But he looks like he's only holding down this one spawn, and I think that it's like a really low or a really fast spawn rate. So there could still be some good mobs to camp out here. I just need to go check it out. Okay, there's a saber-toothed tiger who's a white. I guess if I want to make money, I need to take the risk. And so what I'm wondering is this spot here that I'm running into a safe spot to pull things to fear kite? I'm just gonna make sure there's not like enemies up in here. I highly doubt any enemies path this far back. I'm not gonna pull this far back unless I need to. Yep, just making sure that I'm actually up against the zone wall and there's not like this is another thing over the hill and things are gonna come over that hill and path into me while I'm fighting. So the pro is that the enemies are higher level. The con is that they're further away. But we're going to try to make this work. We're going to give it a shot. So we're going to summon us up a pet. He's green. That's not a good sign. I think I can still roll a blue pet at 18. There we go. Got me a blue pet. Oh, I got a clarity. That's not actually why I was there waving to the enchanter. I was just saying hi and trying to talk about what he was doing to my viewers so they're not going, what's going on? Why is this high level enchanter? Why is this guy who looks like a mage pet out here killing level 15 mobs? He wants that Kazugi ring. I want that too on my enchanter. Having that clicky to break the charm versus having to keep invisibility on your spell bar and the cast time and all that. It's super useful. Alright, I'm seeing some blue mobs. There's one right there. It looks like they path. I'd be willing to bet this little alcove here is a safe fear kiting spot. So we will pull to here. Karn, I like that name. There's a character in Breath of Fire named Karn. He's the thief. Let's see, I have clarity, so I don't need to buff with the Lich spell. Where is everything? Alright, we got a couple marauders here. And a tigress. So one issue I can see already is, well, I can't see, but one issue I can foresee is the run back is kind of long. And an issue I can foresee is picking up enemies on the run back. 2 hours minimum to go. I need to make a pot of coffee. I always thought the sound effects for these guys were kind of funny. He stunned me. Got a strawberry Red Bull. I got a huge can of NOS waiting for me tomorrow. So anybody watching, if you want to watch tomorrow, you want to see me all amped up, drop me a follow. You're going to see an amped up MMocracy. Almost called myself by my old name, Huck Nasty. Because I got a can of NOS like this big. I didn't drink it today, so I could have it tomorrow for my Sunday stream. Is that something pathing towards me, or is that a rock? That's a rock. I saw this right here, and I was like, wait a minute. Saber-tooth tiger hat. I doubt any of that is worth anything. Guess these chunks of meat I can get my baking skill up with. Yeah, I'll probably be on here. I'll probably be pushing, oh, there's a skeleton. Stand up. Looks like we need to sit a little bit further back. I'll probably be pushing 20 tomorrow. She fails a call. I'm gonna be sad. Yeah, she's probably just tired, man. You said she had a migraine, so go ahead and pluck this marauder. So the good thing is there is stuff that paths kind of close by here, so I may not have to run as far every single time. Because that long run is what one of the reasons why I like the spot in Field of Bone, because it really wasn't that much of a distance to travel. Yeah, there goes that lesser ice bone again. Oh yeah, she's tired, but usually if she says she will call, she will, unless she wakes up super late and needs to rush to work. Yeah. It's life. It's life. Long distance relationship. Not easy. My girlfriend made lasagna earlier and I didn't eat it. Now I'm debating on going out and eating it, but it's just like too late. I don't want to eat so late. That'll ruin my breakfast. Breakfast is my favorite meal of the day. Every day I get up, I make like 3 eggs. Throw some tomatoes, peppers, onions in there. It's my favorite. It's what gets me out of bed. Okay. Greater scale bone. Oh, that's that enchanter. I was like, what is this? Yeah, I don't know about this. It's partially because that guy's here. There's not. This isn't a good spot. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. There's like nothing out here. So he's done the thing where he's got it like he's got the spawns down now. So what you have to do when you do that camp is you gotta go find all the placeholders and then you gotta kill all the placeholders. And then once the placeholders are dead, then you can park at that one spot. So it takes some time to set up. But once you have it set up, it's like autopilot. It's okay though, we're working on getting her somewhere I can visit more often because America doesn't like giving out K1 visas, so she can come and actually stay. Hmm. You haven't really had to deal with that. I did try like a long distance relationship with a nurse from Mexico one time, but it's just not for me. Words of Kazakh Thule. What? Whoops. What does the words of Kazakh Thule do? Let's look that up. Words of Kazakh. That might be something I need. It's for spell research for Necromancer. For Word of Shadow. That's a level 20 spell. Oh, it's like an AoE though. I probably won't use it. Breath of the Dead. That's a 24. Water breathing spell. Surge of Enfeeblement. That's a 34. Strength debuff. And a 39 AoE nuke. Interesting. Oh, here's the Tigress. Tigress or Tigris? I wonder how that's pronounced. Whenever I say Tigris, it makes me think of T-Rex. Then whenever I say T-Rex, I think of Jurassic Park. When they're like, "You have a T-Rex? We have a T-Rex." Silly Jurassic Park. Give me some words. No words. I wonder what these tiger hides are for. Used in Wood Elf tailoring. The vendor for 2 gold. It's not bad. It's not great. I don't think they're very heavy, so I can carry. Oh, they are heavy. They're 3.5. I'll probably dump those. I need words. I need runes. Kearns is slowing down a little bit. But I don't know still if I would be able to get any. I'd probably still be competing with people. Quite a few. If there was like 3 players in Kearns, I'd probably head back there and go there. There's a white con out here. Right there. Yeah, I'll save that for my Skyless Raven trivia deck. I'm getting a ton of berries. I want to pull this guy, but I need more mana. He's a white con. Although I got clarity, I should be alright. Sun's coming up, that's good news. A little bit easier to see what's out here. Alright, we're gonna grab him. White con, let's go. Drop the dot on him. Pet picked up aggro pretty early. Now he's feared. I wanted to go ahead and fear because I know that this white con is going to do a lot of damage to my pet. Kind of wish my fear lasted just a little bit longer. He's already almost dead. I guess this isn't that bad of a spot. One bone chip. Experience is good. Oh my gosh, I'm already almost 20%. Guess it does pay off fighting whites and... Well, I haven't fought any yellows, but whites are definitely a little bit higher. That spot in Field of Bone was starting to green out. All those hearts things were going green. So even though this isn't as good of a spot for like how it's laid out, it may still be decent. I really want to visit, but money is such a pain for overseas. Yeah, overseas flights are spendy. I wanted my kids to fly out and visit me when I was in Sicily, and it was like $6 grand. I was like, nah, sorry, kids. I wish they could have came though. Sicily is freaking awesome. Changing topics now because I want to be sad. Yeah, I don't want you to be sad. Come here to be happy. You know what makes me happy is more white and blue con mobs. Let's find some. Greater scale bone. This one I'm just going to face tank. I'm not going to fear him. I'll fear the white cons. I'm not going to fear the blue cons. Ooh, what am I doing? This guy was... He's an undead. I could have nuked him for half the mana. The other thing I need to remember is I have Feign Death now. How much you want to bet the first time I'm in a situation where I need to use it, I'm going to completely forget that I have it. Another bone chip, I'll take that. Need to build my bone chip stockpile back up. She'll probably call you in like an hour or so and you're gonna be all bubbly. You'll be like, I gotta go. My girlfriend's calling. Okay, we've gone through all of these. I need to try some new music. Pretty sure that song's played already twice on stream. As soon as I hit 80 mana, I'm gonna go What is that? Goblin skirmisher. He's low. I need to grab him though because that's the mobs that path this way to and fro, and if I don't kill him, he's just going to be holding a spot for a higher level mob. Ooh, there's a yellow con goblin shaman there. That's kind of scary. Any casting mob in this game is like scary. Because they'll like nuke you and then heal themselves. Their caster mobs are nasty. This guy should still be worth experience. It's just not going to be a lot. Yep. Already 20% towards 18. I think I can hit 20 this weekend if I really put my mind to it. My schoolwork's all done for my class tomorrow, so I'm not going to have to get on my college website and do a huge, like, essay or anything. Let's see, XR Marauder, we'll grab him. Just need to watch out for that Goblin Soothsayer that passed through here earlier. I don't want him to come back. Catch me by surprise. That clarity that homeboy over there dropped on me is quite helpful. Trying to get a work visa in Canada. Yeah, I've heard that about the immigration, that it's not easy to navigate. This Marauder is actually beating my pet up pretty good. Just drop a heal on him real quick. You can't quite, like, you don't have the same heal capacity as a mage on the Necro. Like, the Mend Bone spell is only probably 30 or 40 health, but it helps you just kind of keep your pet up. But it's not recommended to try to, like, have your pet tank and you heal versus doing the dots and the fears. Like, if you try to play a Necro like a mage, you're going to fail. It's not going to work. Now I can use my Undead Nuke. This is much more mana efficient than life tapping. Very much glad that it's light out. Ooh, that tiger's a yellow. I wonder if I can handle him. He might drop words. Actually, I don't know if tigers would drop words. I like forget this green screen is behind me. You guys are gonna see me stand up and like walk right into it. But it's gonna look like I'm walking into it like an invisible wall because it's keyed out. I just know that's gonna happen at some point. Like I'm gonna push my chair away and knock it over or something. Hopefully I don't do that because it's like a professional green screen. Like it's collapsible. It like rolls up and rolls down. I wanted to have something that was portable and collapsible so that way whenever I'm not using it, I can just fold it in versus having like a sheet up on a piece of plywood. I didn't want it to be like super. I don't want my office to look like weird. 'Cause it's actually pretty nice, like pretty nice little setup I got in here. We got a tigress here. He stunned me. Wow. Just keep life tapping him. Just face tank this tigress. What's this? Saber-tooth fang. Okay, that's enough of that. There we go. That's the vibe I'm going for right there. Hopefully everybody's got good Halloween plans. I know I don't. I'm gonna hand out candy. That's about it. I want to grab this tigress, but not quite there on the mana. Yeah, this spot's not bad. Oh no, the clarity's dropping. Stay in your room. Avoid the crowds. Listen to the doorbell ring 100 times. Oh, nobody showed it. You must live in like a spot with not a lot of kids. There was one neighborhood I lived in, man, like back in Texas, and it was crazy how many kids are there. Then when I was in Florida, like we knew where the rich people houses were, so we would go there. You're getting like full on like candy bars. Now I gotta go back to my ghetto clarity. That's gonna slow me down a little bit. Might as well live in a retirement home. It's either really rich or old people. Some of those places though, like all the kids swamp to, because like I said, that if the old people are like giving out crazy good candy, like because they're all rich, or shoot, there was a place in Vegas where the whole neighborhood turned into like a block party. Like people would do their yards up, the people would do haunted houses, like they'd be handing out shots for the adults, big time candy for all the kids. It was like a huge party. It was really cool. They definitely got down on Halloween. I was in like one of the better parts of Vegas. Not, there's definitely parts of Vegas that you don't want to take your kids to. Vegas is a hugely growing city. Like that city is exploding. If you look at a map of Vegas from like 1994 and you time progress it, somebody made a GIF or a GIF where they time progress Vegas, and it's like, I wouldn't change it for the world though because I have like no neighbors besides family. No neighbor drama. That's good. Sometimes it's good. Gotta love the Daft Punk. It's good stuff. Dang, I've been live for 4 hours. What time is it? It's only 9 o'clock. It feels so late. I think it's because my girlfriend went to bed early, so it feels like it's like midnight. Sometimes you need to walk around in your underwear. Yeah, don't do that in a neighborhood with kids. You'd be on a list. Good song. Let's pluck this lesser ice bone. It's funny because when I was younger, I thought this game was so hard, but like, it's really not that hard if you're smart. If you're like smart about what you do. That's what my grandfather tells me. I go, that's, yeah. Can't do that no more, Grandpa. It is good experience though. Like the bar is moving. Did I not get the dot off on him? No, I did. It's just he must just have a lot of health. Look at Karn going to work over there, punching and kicking. These animations are so funny. Uh-oh. Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. Oof. Thought I was gonna get an ad. Level 20, I get a new Lich spell. That's gonna be so nice. That'll speed up that mana regen. Goblin Brawler. I've never seen one of those. I'm gonna grab him. Come back into my little cubby hole of death. There's definitely not a lot of room to fear kite though. Because like he's pathing out that way, or he was. And things path like right there. It's not nearly as safe as the last spot I was in. Like I'm already nervous for him to be right there, because if a Goblin Soothsayer comes out right now, I'm in trouble. Bring him back. Always just pull him further back up this hill. Because this is kind of narrow, so I'm sure if they fear, they're going to like kind of ping pong back and forth between the walls. Ooh, I got words. Words of the extinct. What do those do? Words of the extinct. Or animate dead. That is my level 20 pet. Words of the quickening and words of the extinct. So if I can get the words of the quickening, then I can research my level, what is it? Level 20 pet. That's why I came out here. It's good to see your plans come to fruition. It's all part of the solo self-found. You gotta be smart about what you do, and you gotta be self-reliant. There's that yellow tiger. I don't know if I want to fight him. Oh! What's going on here? Oh no, dude. No, man, no. That just killed it for me. He's just gonna kill everything. Hey man, you know why bards don't, or people don't like bards? That's why people don't like bards. He's gonna gather like everything up. And he's so available, he's asking in chat. Do not sow this man. Ah. Good to see your plans come to fruition were my exact words. And then that happened. Jeez. I knew a thing. Huzzah, yeah. Like, I'm like so dejected right now. I just want to like gate back to cab and go to current. Ah, stupid bards. Now there's like nothing out here to kill. I'm over here like, yeah, this is a good spot. Look at all these mobs. And now there's, well, there's still some mobs. There's a goblin. We'll grab the goblin. I just gotta run a marathon to get back to my pet. Start the long trek back up here. Bards. Just bards out doing bard things. I mean, admittedly, this is the spot to do it. There's so much open real estate. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit salty. He's out here pulling half the zone, running around. Look, I can bard too. Look at me. I'm a bard with a skeleton. Jeez, that goblin's chunking my pet down pretty good. Jump in there and stab him with my little poker. I can't believe that. I think it's time to set up my own private box for my solo self-found runs. Get my own server. I guess it's not that bad. There's still some enemies. It's not like I'm killing that many enemies. OP hit, welcome. First time chatting here, OP. Nice. Good to see you. That courier cycle. Yeah, there's an enchanter up here camping the Gazugi ring. And so he's killing a bunch of stuff. And then a bard just came running through here with like 35 different things. Skyless, who doesn't even play EverQuest, was like, is that a bard? And I was like, literally the moment before I said that, I was like, oh, it's so good that my plans came to fruition because I came out here to get research components so I could research some spells and save a little bit of money. Because being solo self-found, you don't want to be spending all your money if you can. Then this bard goes running by with like a huge train, and I'm like, oh, geez, here we go. This is why people hate bards. And he's in chat asking for a so, and I'm just like, go away. That's all good. I should have rolled on blue. That's kind of the moral of the story. There's way less people on blue. So if you're doing a solo self-found, you might as well play on the server with less competition. Gotta rebuff my shielding here. I hate bards because they're always romancing things. Yeah, I watched a video about like D&D, original D&D, not AD&D. And I guess the bard was like super broken whenever they released it. Like it wasn't a base class, it came out later on somewhere in like either like through a compendium or a magazine or something. They released the bard class and it was like absolutely broken. Way too powerful. I mean the bar's still moving. I'm almost 40%. And I'm committed. So bard or not, we're gonna get some experience. Don't know why I put a source for most of my jokes. I mean, I get it. D&D. I've never played or no, I take that back. I played tabletop D&D like one time. So my only D&D experience is through the games. But I wouldn't mind doing actual tabletop. I want to play BattleTech. I love giant robots. Oh, did we already move through all the we already moved through all the Daft Punk songs? There we go. I can't believe Daft Punk hung it up, man. I love Daft Punk. This is like OG electronic music. Ah, it's gonna line of sight me. Line of sight me again. Got him. I got my girlfriend into this music. She didn't know who Daft Punk was, and I bet her. She's young though. Young people don't get it. I remember seeing this song on MTV. Yeah, it's still good. Still good experience. And better loot overall. Look at all these chunks of meat I'm getting. Now I've gotten one rune, 2 words. This thing, whatever saber-tooth fangs do. Saber-tooth fang sells for, oh my gosh, 2 platinum almost. What's it used for? It's not used for anything. It's just vendor loot. It's just vendor trash. Mine only listens to 80s and 90s music, so anything newer must be a local band. It's like I don't even know. I was gonna make a joke about like a very popular artist, but I'll be honest, I don't know who like is even popular. That's how disconnected I am from new music. Like I have my music that I like, and then I don't do pop music. I get suggested artists on Spotify or Apple Music. which I probably need to stop paying for Apple Music because I have Spotify. What I really need to do is sit down with my bank statement and figure out like all the subscriptions that I have because I guarantee I could get rid of some. I have way too many subscriptions. It's always like, ah, yeah, it's just $10. Ooh, that's a yellow. I really only do metal music, and that is worldwide, so she hasn't heard it. She just says it's a local band. Let's see, what's out here? Saber-tooth tiger. He's white. We're gonna grab him and pull him the distance from the Earth to the sun back to there. And hopefully I don't pull anything else. That's the dangerous part about these long pulls is the social aggro as you're running back. It's not even the fact that you run into anything. It's like if something paths right there and socialed off him. Fizzle. The good thing is, even while I'm running, I've got 2 dots ticking, so it's not all wasted time. And then this guy is going to need to be feared because he's a white. Ooh, he interrupted my fear. There we go. Try to get some medding in. Yeah, he's doing the thing I thought he would. They're like ping-ponging off the walls here. That's good. I gotta keep my dark packed up. Bring my pet back. Feel pretty comfortable nuking him at this point versus fearing him again. Looks like the tigers don't run. Oh, they do run. Okay. I really like the Necro solo. 40%. 40% to 19. Yeah, the bard's not, he's not killing everything. It's okay. I might have overreacted just a little bit. And at least I'll make some decent money while I'm doing this. Saber-tooth tiger mane. What does that do? This is a... Oh, it's for the illusion XR. Wonder if that enchanter needs it. And then Quinn's quest from Quinn the Outlander. He's in FV. I'm not going to be doing that. You get a mechanical XR tail. What is that for? What? That's the reward, but like the reward links you back to Quinn's quest. Property of Captain Irontail. That's weird. What's the name of that enchanter? I just let him know I got the main rotting up here if he needs it. I did the XR illusion quest on my enchanter. This part wasn't hard. It's the Froglock village is kind of scary. You got to kill Froglocks in Swamp of No Hope. And that was weird. I heard it like a sound next to me. The Froglock Village is like Agro City. That was freaky. I literally heard somebody standing like right here. Like I thought it was my girlfriend. Spooky house. Pretty sure somebody died in this house. Every time I talk to the neighbors, they talk about how the lady who used to live here died. Sorry, that was me. Did you astral project into my man cave? By accident. Oh no, it's getting dark again. I'm gonna be out here stumbling around in the dark trying to find enemies. I still want to know what this mechanical Ixar tail does. Let's see what the Alakazam says. Looks like there's a book about a Ixar that had a mechanical tail. So it's like a kind of a lore thing. And apparently it was used in the Shackle quest later on. It's just not being used in this era. Okay, that makes more sense. $80 mana and I'll go find another victim. While it's still light. Look at that cool statue up there. They really did, like, they outdid themselves on the scenery. Kunark has some really cool architecture. Like, they stepped the visuals up. Compared to classic EQ, the very first no expansion EQ, they really stepped it up. I feel like it's even more visually appealing here than Velius. And Velius is the expansion that came after. You saw Karen in the wild the other day? My poor girlfriend, she's a cashier. And she deals with Karens like all the time. I feel so bad for her. Her boss is a Karen. She deals with Karen all day long. Oh, man. What is that? Sarnak. Sarnak Flunky. I really want to grab him, but I don't have a lot of mana. But he's for a quest. So we're going to go for it. Hopefully this doesn't bite me in the butt. Ah, get on there. No. Just heard this. Just heard this one too. Just kiting him around. Let my pet beat him up. There we go. Yeah, I think it's terrible how people treat each other these days. Like, I've noticed that I think since COVID, it's just gotten bad. And she tells me stories about like some of the stuff that people say to her in her cashier line, and I'm just like, that's awful. There's no way I could work in that environment. No quest item. 8 gold though. Wow. That was a rich Sarnak. I'll take it. Just gotta sit up here with Karn and Med. Yeah, she like made a mistake today where they handed her a 20 and she thought it was, or they handed her a 20, she thought it was a 10. When they pointed it out to her, she was like, "Oh yeah, you're right." But she had to, I don't know, get the manager to authorize her to like give the money. I don't know how their system works. And I guess like this lady's husband like put his finger in her face and was like, "You need to pay attention." And it's like, come on, man. Like I say that, but I'm not gonna say nasty towards the customer service at Cox, but like I was very blunt with them because I'm like, "Hey, my internet's not acting the way it should. It says that it should have this upload speed. It's actually at this upload speed." And they're like, "Oh, if you're having slow downloads, upgrade your package." And like that just immediately set me off. I'm like, one, you didn't read what I said because I'm having an issue with upload, not download. And two, like the package I have is fine. It just needs to work the way you guys say it should. So I was definitely not I wasn't like calling anybody names, but I wasn't like I was no longer like basically I was like, don't try to sell me something. Fix the internet. I need you to make your internet that I pay for work the way you advertise. You saw a double male Karen. Double Karen. One was a cashier and the other one was a customer. They're just like what slugging it out. Just try to get me to cat. At one point, it turned around and hit my pet for like one time, and then kept trying to come after me. Yeah, it's a wild world out there now. People are just ugly. They were targeting you because you asked the cashier to be friendly for making me wait for 10 minutes as he talked to friends. Yeah, people are crazy now. I feel like people just don't treat each other very well anymore. Like people are very inconsiderate where I'm at, like from the way they drive to the way they treat each other at the grocery market. Like people like walk into you and don't even say anything. They don't say excuse me. They don't say, "Oh, pardon me, let me get by you." They've got no like bubble. It's very frustrating. We had somebody. We were at Ross, and my girlfriend was picking out like jeans or something, and the aisles are like really narrow. And someone literally, without even saying like, "Oh, excuse me," or "Can I get by you?" They literally grabbed the cart and picked up our cart and moved it. It's like, hello? You can't just say, "Oh, excuse me, do you mind if I get by?" And we would have moved the cart. You're gonna physically put your hands on it and pick it up. It's got our stuff in it. It's got our purse in it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And then like I see some of these TikToks on like on Reddit. I'm on one Reddit where people post TikToks of people being like they're making their own TikToks out in the wild and disrupting everybody else's day, and I'm just like, look at where we're at. Look at where we're at as a society. Like people are having to walk around this person as they're like kicking and flailing, doing a stupid dance for social media. It's bizarre, man. I don't know what's in our future. That's not a bad habit, Skyless. I have that exact same response. Like, if you're polite with me, I am absolutely going to be polite to you. And as soon as, like, and for me, it's like a switch, and I have to be careful because it, like, I hate to use the word triggered, right? Like a zoomer, but, like, it, like, flips a switch in my brain. The moment you're rude to me, you're just going to get it right back. And I know that's not the right thing to do, but I do the same thing. Like, I had a lady at the gas station. I was like, yeah, I need to put $50 on the black car over there, whatever pump it is. Or I think I said pump 7, and she was like, that's pump 6. Like she like snapped at me. That's pump 6. Like, okay, I get that in your tiny little world with your Coke bottle perspective, like which pump it is so important, but like there's no need for that. Like you could have just said, "Oh, that's actually pump 6. I'll put that on your pump right now, sir." And I'd have been like, "Oh, thank you." Like what purpose in this exchange does you like harshly correcting the pump that I said I was at? Like what purpose did that serve? Oh, he ranged me. I knew he was gonna range me. And it's dark out here. I'm scared. But yeah, that's not a bad habit. That's having boundaries and not letting people walk all over you. Because I'd say not having boundaries is a bad habit. Because then now you're frustrated and you're not asserting yourself. You're letting other people dictate how things go. Ah, sorry about that. Just checking the time on my phone here. Ooh, I got another one of those saber-tooth fangs. That's worth money. Now it is quite dark out there. Coming up on 50% level 19. I can't believe it. I think that's 2 levels today. I haven't gotten 2 levels in a day in a while. And I've streamed for 4.5 hours. This sounds like pop music. I'm not doing this. What happened to... There we go. It's like, what happened to Daft Punk? I guess Daft Punk is kind of pop music, but it's good pop music. Hmm. I love a good grind on EQ, let me tell you. I love seeing this number right here go up. I like it whenever you get a new level and you log out and you get back to the character select screen and you like look at your name with your level and you're like, yeah, I did it. I'll have to see. Maybe 19 or 20 I'll go to Kearns and try to go up further up in the tower. Or maybe down in the basement. Be right back. Forgot to eat dinner and it dawned on me. Yeah, you gotta eat. You gotta take care of yourself. I didn't eat dinner either. I didn't eat anything really. Shoot. I had a couple of cookies. My girlfriend made chocolate chip cookies when we were carving pumpkins. That's like all I've ate breakfast, a protein bar, and chocolate chip cookies today. Epitome of health right here. Okay, being that it's dark, I'm going to regen a little bit past 80%. And the reason I'm going to regen a little bit more is because if I get 2 mobs, I'm going to need every bit of mana that I have. I don't want to get caught by surprise and be sitting at like 50 mana and trying to fear 2 mobs at once. I'm going to go ahead and rebuff too. That way that Lich spell doesn't fall off while I'm running around. That thing always tends to fall off at the worst time too. Like in the middle of a fight with 2 mobs, it'll be like blinking. Let's see, there's a white, oh shoot, he was like right on top of me. We got a white tiger. Oh no, he's close. He stunned me. Ah, then I started ducking. He's trying to get that dot on him. I recognize that's not a good camera angle, but I'm just trying to fighting to survive here. Looks like the situation is controlled. I don't need to nuke him anymore. I'm fairly certain I got 50% of his health. And Karn's doing pretty good on health, so. Do need to rebuff my shield, my lowly. This is still like, I think, my level 1 shield. Or level 4 or level 8. Here's another one of those mains. Good deal. Killed the white con. Hit 50% towards the next level. Pretty much ignoring the clock at this point, because I'm getting good experience. It's just these long med breaks. Ordinarily, if you're not streaming, you just like turn this way and you go watch TV. But these long med breaks, I feel like I gotta do something to fill the space. You ate a slice of cheese? You're gonna waste away, man. Was it good cheese at least? Was it like sharp cheddar? I used to go to this German beer market in Texas, or meat market, and I would get like smoked cheddar, crackers, sausage, and German beer. I got so fat from that, but it was so good. I'd like drink beer all night, and then at like midnight I'd be cutting up like uh summer sausage and cheese and watching Trailer Park Boys. I was such a degenerate. That was back when I like didn't care at all what I ate or how much I ate. Excuse me. Let's see. It's Tigris. I think it was Colby. Colby's a good cheese. I'd say A tier, not quite S tier. When you're injured or sick, you like never. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I line of sighted. I'm the worst kind of patient. I'm sure there's worse out there. Chunk of meat. Medium quality cat pelt. I don't think there's any reason for me to pick up those cat pelts. I don't think there's anything I can do with it. Excuse me. Shoulders and neck get tight when I do this. I can't, like when I'm streaming and I'm on webcam, I can't like recline like this. I can't do the World of Warcraft guy that's like I puff my chin up. I always feel like I need to sit up straight. This is okay. This isn't bad. So I'm definitely making more money out here than I was making in Field of Bone. I don't have a good indicator of whether this would be faster or slower experience, but I can see that I'm doing okay on experience. Like I'm not out here struggling and barely filling the bar, so even if it is slower, it's still a net gain on the money. If I get the words of quickening, then I can research my level 20 pet. And doing that will save me like 12 platinum. And 12 platinum is a lot to me right now, so that would free me up to buy a different. There's like 5 or 6 spells that I need at level 20, so that frees me up to buy one more of those. That's your advice for the night? Let's see, what's down here? It's so dark, I can't see anything. Ah! I need to map the surprise noise to my mouse. That way I can just hit it. I don't know, if I do it too much, it's going to be annoying. I like doing the sound effects, though. They're fun. I'm going to line of sight myself here. Yep. That's the second time I've done that. Get that life tap off. There we go. I think I'm going up in my bone chip stack as well. I'm up to 47. It's interesting that the developers of this game added items that have no practical use, and then in later patches, they use them for quests, like that mechanical tail. So that means somebody put it in, but then they were like not ready to use it yet. I just find that interesting that they didn't close the loop, so to speak. Like, why even add the tail at all? Like, there's a whole quest to get that tail, and then you get it, and there's like, that's weird. Then you can't do anything with it. And then in a later patch, they added in, like, oh yeah, you need that tail to then get the shackle. I wonder what caused that. I wonder why that happens. There's probably a really good reason. I just don't know it. I don't know how many people worked on this game in its prime. I know now EQ Retail has like a team of 4 or 5. And the crazy thing about that is they're pumping out an expansion once a year with like 4 people. I wouldn't know, but my guess is to fluff out the items in the games. I wonder if it's like they were working on the quest chain, but they didn't have it done, and they just decided to publish some of it, or maybe they wanted people to get the item and be like, what is this for? And then they hang on to it, and then later they find out what it's for. I don't really know. So once again, gonna med a little bit higher than 80 just to have that mana buffer in case I pull more than one mob. And this is a good safe spot. No mobs path up in there. I feel like by now I would have seen at least one mob path into that cubby hole. There's no. Ooh, there's a goblin soothsayer and he's red. Ah, where is he? I do not want to mess with him. That's a trip back to Cabalus right there. That bard must have ran through here or something, because there's nothing out here. Luckily, the soothsayer is not popping up on tab. Like a mashing tab. Goblin warrior. Yeah, he is. That's because, look, these guys are all running. Yeah, there he is. Ugh. Go away, bard. You're messing it up for everybody else. Yeah, there's this massive bard train. He's not even killing it. He's just got half the zone tied up. He's not even fighting him. Come on, dude. Every time I say this spot is good, that's when that happens. Yeah, if he's got all my placeholders tied up in his, like, pack, that... Oh, goodness, that soothsayer keeps popping up. Yeah, no, there's nothing out here to kill. Isn't there, like, a rule? feel like there's a rule for that. Like you can't just go pulling half the zone. There's a tigress around here somewhere. It's just dark. I gotta like sit up so I can try to see her. There's the soothsayer again. Wherever that soothsayer is, I gotta watch out. I guess I could feign death. Although with casting mobs, feign death doesn't always work because they'll start casting, you feign, and then if they hit you with a spell, it breaks you out of feign. Guess I'm grabbing this green con saber-toothed cat because there's nothing else to fight. Hmm. Ruined cat pelt. Yeah, that bard has killed it for me. There ain't nothing out here. Oh, wait. I'm blind pulling this thing. I don't even know where it's at. That's how desperate I am. I could have that soothsayer on me, actually. That wasn't smart. That was not a smart idea. Okay, I just see one, so I think we're good. But it is 10 o'clock and I'm 50% to 19. I think this is a good time to just call it. It's kind of slowing down for me. This is a safe spot to camp. So, okay. Thank you everybody for watching. This is the most lively stream I've had since I came back to Twitch. I'm super humbled and I'm super grateful that I had so many different people stop in. People are chatting with me. Remember your jokes. You have a good night too, Skyless. Anybody else watching, have a good night. Drop me a follow if you haven't, if you care